Like, oh shit, none of that got to the people. But I am in here on about to be a beautiful Friday morning, but it's a Thursday night for me in Florida. Beautiful, beautiful weather. Wonderful time to be alive. We got a lot of stuff to get in here and chop it up and react to. Like I told you guys, try to keep an eye out for me around. My goal is 9 to 10, but I just have to get that locked in on my schedule really and get real consistent with it. But then just setting up the video and all that kind of stuff, getting that stuff going. That's what took me a minute. So believe it or not, we're getting closer and closer to that goal. Now, like I said, we just got to make sure this. Believe it or not, we're getting closer. Sorry if you guys are hearing it back in your ear, me talking again. But yeah, we're gonna have a full on vibe tonight. I got a ton of stuff to react to. As you see in the title, and shout out to Bully the Bully. Go check my guy out. He's gonna come on here one of these days. But I do want to say shout out to him. He told me, he swears by it. He's like, look, when you start your video up, you talk about what you're going to talk about. Make sure the algorithm understands what's happening and what's going to be talked about is talked about. So Trump and Netanyahu, we're going to talk about the whole shenanigans with him coming to America and the meeting with Trump. And I have some content to actually react to there. Oh, that's me. That's me. Don't worry about even hopping in the comments to let me know if my voice is coming through, because I can hear me coming through. Crispy. So like I said again, sit politics, use love. Like, share, subscribe. It's super simple. We're gonna cook it up. If you're wondering why I'm not on Mars with Dr. Manhattan, I'm also sad about that. This godforsaken, I'm trying to watch my language within the first 5 minutes. We're doing everything we can do, but aside from lie, we got to tell the truth. You see the title, we're getting into it. But yeah, this godforsaken software I'm using, they're saying the green screen, they're like, hey, don't use the green screen if you're using one of these browsers. They name every fucking browser known to man, basically. Anything else I wouldn't even feel comfortable necessarily linking with you guys on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally, special shout out to my man Gates Open Media. We do all the shout outs in the beginning while we're waiting to be found by the good people of the internet. And while we're waiting on YouTube to do their goddamn thing. I've been on here for 3 minutes. Send this shit to everybody. Send it out to the world. Let them know. There's a hairy motherfucker with Harry Potter glasses talking. Tune in. Damn it. Under 5 minutes. I don't think I'll ever make it the entire 5 minutes without cursing. It's okay. Well, you know, in a way, it's like once you get it out of the way and you've just completely, you know, you've went off the rails and you've already blew it, then it's like you don't have to worry about it going forward. So it's almost like you get to relax a little bit. But yeah, as I was going to say, Trump, Netanyahu, the meetings of the minds. What are we going to do with Gaza? Kick them all the fuck out. Damn it. Again, but it's okay. Like I said, we're loose. We already blew it. But yeah, what are we going to do with Gaza? Go ahead and, you know, send them all on their way. Is that ethnic cleansing? No, like people should have the choice to leave. That's what they're saying. It's all good, whatever. I mean, it could be both. It could be both. What else did they talk about? Oh yeah, that list. Throw that in the garbage right now. I never want to hear about the Epstein list ever again, is what they said. Now the people are saying you're going to hear about it again. We're going to see how persistent everybody is out there with that. How persistent I am with it so far. Really persistent, because I'm like, we've been live streaming and we've been talking about it. So at least we can say in our corner of the internet, wherever they put us at, which I do wonder sometimes, YouTube, where you put me at, because it's like, come on, who's not looking up Trump and Netanyahu? Seal Epstein list deal. Seal the Epstein list deal. Come on. The amount of that is so keyword rich. I'm getting a cavity reading it right now. Superman is pro-immigrant. Golly, do you want me to just literally put ICE in the fucking... We're just past 5 minutes, but still, boom, boom, uppercut. This is adult programming, but at the same time, if you don't mind your kids hearing cuss words, watch it with them. Probably don't, because I have no idea where this is going to go. And then we got, Superman's pro immigrant. We're going to get into that. I have a Piers Morgan video. The whole gang is breaking it down and wondering, if that's cool. Is it gonna tank at the box office because they dare to mention that Superman may be an immigrant? Maybe. Okay, let's talk about it. LeBron James versus Luka. We're just gonna kind of touch on that. Also, like I said, it's the title, baby. We're trying to be keyword rich. Get some of those basketball fans in here. Let's chop it up. LeBron James and Luka. So obviously they're both on the Lakers, and just this off season, there's been a little bit of discussion already as far as like where the focus for the Los Angeles Lakers should be, whether it should be on, building a team that's more centered around Luka or LeBron James. We're going to get into that in depth. I think I have a video on that, but let me be honest, I don't know. That might just be a topic that we'll just be musing on for a little bit, which is okay. But I got a lot of Epstein different shenanigans. Obviously, that's been ongoing. I have Alan Dershowitz. I have the PVD podcast here, actually talking about it. A big surprise there, I guess. Not really. And then I also have Epstein's brother, who had a conversation with Piers Morgan. It was a very odd conversation that I ended up stumbling across on at Twitter or something like that. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna tune in there, and I'm gonna see what it is right now, actually. So let me throw these headphones on, and like I said, one more time, if you're tuning in, we're 7 minutes in. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to this motherfucker. Okay. You like, you share, and you subscribe to this motherfucker right now. Show some love. Let's get it popping in the comments. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff that affects you guys. All right, so let's get in the comments. Let's talk about it. I think where we want to start, personally, I've almost turned this whole thing off a few times, just messing with my little like mouse pad down here. But let's hop in with Mr. Alan Dershowitz. This is just a lead off, okay? I hate to say it because once I play this video and we start cracking open truth bombs, there's a high likelihood I get put in what I call YouTube hell. Not even purgatory. I'm talking about a deep, deep ring of what Dante was dealing with. The Inferno. You understand? Let's go ahead and get into this Alan Dershowitz video. Speaking of hell and people that'll probably be there. But so this was Jeffrey Epstein's old lawyer. One of many, I suppose. Let's see what game he's playing. What game is he on about right now? Let's go. Okay. Talk about it.
Fact, I have seen. Remember, I was accused falsely in the Epstein, and ultimately I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else and withdrew all of her lawsuits. And so,
let's be fair. There's a lot of guys that do look like Alan.
So from day one, from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out because I knew every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are.
Just to be clear now, I'm not going to advocate for what I'm about to say. And goodness gracious, we're under 20 minutes in and I'm about to say this, but I just have to keep it real because it's the first thing that comes to my mind. Now, I don't want anybody to do this at all, but I'm just saying, if you're talking like this about a list that people are obviously interested in getting their hands on, they feel like it's being suppressed, you're corroborating that, and you're somebody who, I think, if we're going to listen to anybody as far as this, this is a man on the inside, if you will. So, you know, he knows what was going on, and he was talking to the man that was doing the peddling himself. So come on, he's saying there's documents, which also like the list is really like, you know, it's really like just a shorthand for just what like the evidence. Let's see the fucking evidence. You know what I mean? And like a kind of list literally, and like them skirting around that. Well, there's not technically a list, so I mean, I don't know what you want. It's like, okay, well, I heard that argument on one of these like talk shows the other day where they're like, well, it's not literally a list. You know what I mean? It's like nobody really writes those things down. First off, yes, they goddamn do. It's called fucking accounting, bro. And then also, it's like, it's just like, it's not, don't get so literal. It's like you're getting so literal and like focusing in on terminology being used to avoid, like, we're just saying, like, show us the proof. Show us the evidence that you have of this shit. Thousands of victims, thousands. And then now it's like, not even a list. How the fuck they keep track of all the victims if you didn't have a list? That's when the list becomes absolutely imperative. Absolutely imperative. I don't even understand how you run an operation like that, listless.
Being suppressed in order to protect them. And that's wrong.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything. And let me tell you, a lot of them are.
Look, we want to talk about opening up some jobs. Let's open up some high-powered jobs. Get these motherfuckers the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? How many of them are immigrants? Trump, let's talk about it. How many of these immigrants are fucking diddlers? Coming over here fucking making movies and shit and then doing whatever they're doing. I'm just like, let's not talk about it. Come on, it's crazy.
At least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And the judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them, but they may not be victims. They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction. That's what I've said from day one. I waive any of my rights of privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory.
Shout out to Floyd Mayweather right there. Who the fuck knows? I'm not going to say he's on the list, but he's got the money to get on the list if he wanted to get on that list. And that's I'm sure he would agree with that. And then brag about that, then probably claim to not be on the list and not even know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think something like that's straight from Alan Dershowitz's mouth directly. And he's somebody that would have, I mean, intimate knowledge of the going ons because he was defending Jeffrey Epstein. So it's like, I think that, you know, it's fair to take his word here. And maybe he doesn't know the specific ins and outs, how involved he was with that, with the specific material, you know, who could say, but I think for him to at least be able to say that there's a decent amount of evidence that he believes should be gone over and released to the public. Because I mean, this is in a lot of ways, it's a public safety issue. Like, I mean, the only argument that I've heard from the other side, from fucking goblins on the internet, blood-sucking fiends on the internet, who, and I mean, when I say on the internet, I mean the same way as me. We're not just like typing with their fingers, but people, you know, getting in front of camera and being like, well, maybe it's a situation where there's just too many powerful people implicated, and you know, how could you think about what it's going to do to society? I mean, slow roll the shit out then. Come on now. Let's get a rollout planned. And I mean, you know, maybe it's a situation where we can't go arrest every single person on the same day. We can't process everything that would go along with that. We feel like we couldn't try them correctly, or mainly like the civilization would literally fall apart if we did so. Because I mean, that's the argument I think that I'm hearing. And it's like, if that's the case, then not that I'm advocating, you know, a complete like collapse of our society. I mean, I would hope that we would have the appropriate people, and we could like, is it a situation where we literally cannot run the country, period, if we don't allow the diddlers to do what they do? It's like, that's just, for me, I don't know. I don't think that that's an acceptable trade-off. And I think that shouldn't be really a controversial statement, in my opinion. Like,
there's a lot of.
Here's the Epstein's brother. And this is obviously him talking to Piers Morgan here, and posted by Alex Jones. I found out, we have a lot of Alex Jones fans in the community, which shout out to them. Hey, the more I start talking this shit, the more I'm starting to feel like there's some parallels. Give me a little bit more time doing this, I might actually start to feel like fucking Alex. Like I'm taking crazy pills. And also fucking buy my supplements.
There's a lot of facts. There's a lot of information. People who take the time and really investigate this thoroughly all come to the pretty much conclusion that maybe Trump was behind this.
Wow. Well,
maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
So he said maybe Trump killed him or whatever, had him killed to quiet him. I think that's not what he's suggesting. He's suggesting even further. He's saying that he may have had something to do with like the trafficking aspect, I think.
I wouldn't write that off. Because if you look at all of the evidence we have and all of the facts, not opinions, and all of the facts, that wouldn't be something I would dismiss.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say, but there is zero evidence that Donald Trump had anything to do with your brother's death.
Well, somebody did.
That's 60 seconds missing. It was me. I went in with my own bare hands. I choked him out, okay? I choked him out. I couldn't stand that little pervert. I couldn't stand that little creep. I'd heard enough. He had to be wiped out. He had to be taken out. Sick man. Couldn't exist on this planet anymore, okay? Couldn't exist. Had to be taken out.
Okay. Wow. Also, I mean, respectfully, even though I'm not like expecting InfoWars to like totally hit the nail on the head at all, what I am kind of like with I don't know if it's just like they're clipping shit together just be funny, but if that's what he's taking from that, like I said, the accusation is really more along the lines of he's saying Trump may have been involved with the actual trafficking aspect of what is being accused here and may have killed his brother to keep him quiet on that. Now, I mean, I don't think that personally. I think there's more evidence that, and from the bit of evidence that we've been able to be exposed to, and just like people drawing connections here and there, I think, when you look at it, you kind of have to look at it. It's hard to believe that Trump wasn't connected. Now, do I think that it's a little bit of a extreme leap there to say like, oh, maybe he was actually the one that was. So I mean, it actually kind of hurts his credibility with the rest of the sort of accusation, because then Pierce, I think, misunderstands him, but unintentionally or maybe intentionally reels it in, and so it doesn't kind of address him or engage with it on the grounds of, oh, I'm saying that Trump may have been involved in the actual trafficking aspect of it. So then now they start engaging on it like, oh, did Trump, is he involved in the murder? Which obviously, like, almost like if you can almost understand why a motherfucker would kill Jeffrey Epstein, because like he is a piece of shit, scumbag, disgusting human being. So it's like, not that murder is something that is okay or anything like that, but it's like, that's on a completely different planet than us looking at this side eye and considering like, oh, you can be involved in the trafficking aspect. So it's like, get it out of here. Get it out of here. We have this right here too, by the way, PBD podcast. This is something I saw earlier and I thought was interesting because that's obviously it's a right-leaning podcast, super conservative audience, I would say, but more of like the MAGA conservative, more of a new age, not a rhino audience. But yeah, so it's interesting to see how the podcast has kind of been split in a lot of ways on some of these conversations. So not typically a fan of PBD and their takes, to be honest, but I have tuned into a few conversations because sometimes they have great guests. In this clip, we're going to watch Adam Sosnick, which is one of the co-hosts on the show, and he's kind of talking about the Epstein list and, you know, people being obsessed. Why are people so obsessed with this?
I gotta get the flight logs, bro. I gotta know. And I'm not saying that's how you operate, but I think there's a lot of losers and brokies that are obsessed with stuff like this. These are the same people that instead of going home and working out and building a business and doing things with their life, they're Netflix and chilling, or they're just doom scrolling all day. And there's so many people that I think obsessed with things that they have no control over.
I get it, but I get where you're coming from. But Adam, that guy that's drinking Mountain Dew in his trailer and sitting there, who's an American patriot that pays
hell yeah, Mountain Dew is delicious and it's an American drink. Fuck out of here.
his taxes and has kids and a family, Adam, he wants to know if the government that he's living under is controlled by foreign countries because they have tapes of them raping fucking underage kids.
This guy, fucking Vinny, like when I have tuned into their show for the last probably month, I haven't been watching it consistently, but when I do tune into it, like throughout the last month, I always happen to feel like this motherfucker is actually crazy reasonable. Like, and look at him, his head's about to pop, but understandably so. It's a crazy topic to be discussing, and then to be sitting across a motherfucker that's like, why are people so obsessed? I don't understand. Like, of course, yeah, people kind of want it, but it's like, really? Like, that's really what you want? Why don't you just work out? Forget about the fucking kids that are being fucking trafficked. Oh, okay. Well, cool. Well, I guess, you know, some people won't do that. So then you could do whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? So you can go hit some push-ups and then fucking stroke your fucking weenie for the rest of the night. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about over there. Like, as if people can't hold concern over things that directly affect them, by the way. Like, I mean, if it is something that's so insidious and so pervasive within our own government to the point to where we can't even address it without the entire thing falling apart, well, then, yeah, it seems like exactly the kind of thing that is important to, you know, keep an eye on. And like, maybe we should discuss it. Fucking idiot.
Adam, it's not a shiny little thing. No, Adam,
I don't think
it's not a shiny little thing in the air.
Everything you were right.
Stupid.
Everything you were right. Everything you said is accurate, other than the word controlled.
They are controlled.
The intelligence community, Adam, I don't know anything about this.
Adam,
they communicate.
You didn't hear the CIA guy from yesterday? Adam, think about this, Adam. If you are comfortable with Mossad, which is Israel, or Russia, or anybody, their blackmail ring, their operation, think about this, Adam. Would you be comfortable as a country going, you know what? Epstein's our guy. We own him. Lex Wester, all this money, he's a billionaire. Let's wire everything, bring everybody there to have sex with underage kids because it's the island and whatever. And we're going to use that to get what we want. CIA, Mossad, anybody. How disgusting and evil. If you really think about that, step back from who it is. I don't give a shit who it is, Adam. If that is your operation, holy shit, you are one of the most evil, disgusting unit operation, period. And for those little people, Adam, the ones that you think are stupid that are sitting there, they don't just want the flight logs. They want everybody that's involved to fucking go down, period. Accountability. It's simple.
To me, it's just a whole lot of noise, and there's not a lot of signal.
Is the motherfucker on the list? Let me know. Out of the comments, is this motherfucker right here? Just let him have the screen. I don't know. You tell me.
It's like, all right, yeah. Can we stay focused on the fact that the Wuhan lab that was in Wuhan when there was a lab leak?
Hold up, time out. So he's saying that this doesn't matter. Like, move on, and I guess like work out and eat your veggies. And then he's taking it to COVID, even though there's news that just broke on this specifically. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of red flags popping up And PBD, why the fuck is PBD so quiet? I appreciate Vinny just standing on what's right and what it is. Like, it's fuckery. It's fuckery. It's disgusting. It's like, it's obviously a systematic cover up on several levels. And the only argument that you're getting to oppose it is either no argument, like what this asshole is saying, which is like, just go do other shit. Other shit's more important. It's like, or the other argument is that, you know, these people, these fucking diddlers are so important to our society. We can't bring them to justice for what is like basically the most heinous of crimes. Because how the fuck could the government run without them? How could the country run? How could industry run? Once again, I'm gonna be a trailblazer here and make the bold claim. Let's put some people who aren't pederastic. That's what I'm saying.
And basically took over the world.
Let me tell you,
like that is way more important.
I posted something
than
on
Epstein.
You caused
Which
it.
topic is most important to you?
To our audience, Epstein's and Mossad's CIA ties.
Boom. I know he's fucking sick seeing that. Yeah. Just hold that for just a fucking moment. Golly. And like I said, conservative audience. Which, I mean, it's not crazy that conservative audience is like, fucking, we want the Epstein files. Here's the Epstein files. But I'm just saying, as far as like, consider the other things there on the list, the Comey and Brennan shit. So, I mean, they could be understandably like really hot around that because Trump just announced that he's going to go after them. Or the JFK assassination, I mean, I think that's expected to be at the lowest. It is kind of it's just older. And then also it's like, yeah, obviously, you know, our government killed them. And then so Epstein, Mossad. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just something like, it's like people really want closure on that. It's time for closure on that. People in office promised that that was going to be one of their crusades, you know, something that they would be unmovable on, that they were going to get that done regardless. And then once the opportunity pops up here where you actually have the power and the influence in order to make it happen, you know, it's just chiding and just trying to kick it, you know, under the bed. It's just like, nah, address the shit. Address the shit. Yes, it's actually worth talking about, Adam, you dumb bitch. Obviously.
Wow. More than COVID. I gotta tell you, there's some losers out.
Come on, babe. They're clowning it.
Lord have mercy. And that's what he took from it. It's good to see he came around at the end. Good to see he came around. No, he's a fucking idiot. And honestly, like, I don't think that, you know, I'm an open-minded guy. I'll listen to any argument, and I'm always intrigued by people's way of thinking and how they come to the conclusions they come to. So I'm happy to listen to the argument. But at the same time, I'm consistently dumbfounded by how much of a thoughtless, I guess, I mean, look, this is going to sound nice, but it does not meant in a nice way. He has a little bit of, he's like a loyalistic dog. Okay, I'll say that. We'll sit there and ideology will, or whatever, like whatever kind of connections or that he feels like is most likely to benefit him professionally and all that, he'll take that side. He's a just thoughtless fucking pig. I fucking can't stand listening to his ass on that show, which is crazy. And the thing is that makes it even worse is that he was originally supposed to be like, back in the day when I'd watch it from time to time, he would always kind of be like the liberal person that's supposed to be defending whatever the fuck, you know, the liberal perspective. And it's like, that's the exact problem. You see how fucking spineless he always was. How quickly he flips on a dime his entire ideology. Eventually he came in there and he's like, oh, guys, I'm fucking Trump sport, boys. I'm Trump sport, boys, and I actually fucked that Epstein list. All right, brother. Well, I mean, shit. You know, I'm sure who gives a fuck about where anybody is in history, I guess, at the end of the day, and where you stood. Like, who's going to really give a fuck? But, wow. Bro, you were on the fucking side of Darth Vader and the Empire on that one. You know what I mean? And they wouldn't have made much of a difference. It would have been like the same as a, fucking Ewok saying, "Hey, I'm pro-Empire." The rest of the village just looks at him and then, laughs and possibly cannibalizes him. In that universe, a more just universe than the one that we're living in. And the one that we're living in, they're on a show here, and he has an audience for, some fucking reason, because of some fucking multi-level marketing scheme that this guy I'm assuming he's underneath PBD in the marketing scheme. I assume he's signed, that's probably I think you have to sign up for that, right? In order to gain employment, maybe. I don't know. But I mean, that's top tier of the marketing scheme. And he's just subscribing he might be PBD's biggest fucking subscriber, truly. He's sitting there every month donating probably whatever is his figurative check. Whatever he feels like he should be paid, he just says fucking he gets it right to that. But then he's standing on shit. He is dropping his fucking nuts throughout that little interaction there, and just embarrassed again. Adam Sosnick, sad sack of shit. Had no argument. Only criticized Mountain Dew, which is delicious, so he looks like a fool. And I mean, like I said, I don't even know what the fuck. At first, it was like he suggested, "Hey, go work out, do other things," assuming that I guess anybody that could care about that needs to work out and doesn't have money or something. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even understand that implication necessarily. Where's he drawing those conclusions? I don't know. But total fucking dirtbag. And we got to say fuck him. Probably a little bit too late into the stream, but if my guy Sandor gets in the stream, I'll let him know. But if you're watching this, I wish I wouldn't have said this 30 minutes in. Guys, I play PlayStation, and Sandor, you asked for my gamer tag. I fucked up and gave you the wrong one, and I told you in the moment I did not have high confidence in what I was saying. So I'm going to drop here in the comments. Nobody's in the goddamn comments anyways. So this is just a full-on vibe with your boy regardless. So if you're still here, I mean, honestly, yeah, fuck it. If you're still here and you're watching it to this point, and I appreciate you, and then you got the gamer tag regardless, but I wasn't able to get it to you any other way, and I had no way of contacting my guy directly. So hopefully he hops in the stream, and then I'd be able to rectify that and apologize, because that's just crazy. Somebody asks you for your fucking gamer tag, and you go and you give them the wrong one, and now they're fucking best friends with somebody else, and it's we could have been best pals. So it's crazy, but it's just it was a simple mistake. You had to put the big on the Baby J and not just search Baby J. That was my bad. Honest mistake though. And like I said, if anybody that's watching, you rock with your boy over there as well, of course. But specifically Sandor, I was thinking I might catch you in here because we're a little late, but if not, either way, I understand. That's the best I could do for right now. Because I even tried to, I went and hit I subscribed back with no content, just out of love, just to see if I could tag my guy in a fucking comment of my own or something, but no such luck. So this is another video I have here, by the way, on the same kind of train of thought. This is Epstein shit. All the shenanigans going on there. I have, this is, actually, here, let's do this one first, because it's hers.
And the problem is this.
Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, small hat wearer himself, which is fine. Which is absolutely fine. But definitely big advocate for small hats. And he is talking about Epstein here. He's kind of along the same line as Adam Sosnick and Ben Shapiro. Both small hat wearers. But like I said, I'm not even drawing any conclusions with that. It's just we have to point it out. It'd be kind of negligent. I mean, not to point out the obvious. And yeah, so we're gonna see where Ben's coming at from this. I wonder if it's different, in all honesty, than Adam, I listened to a little bit of it, and I know he's bullshitting a little bit, but
Now have the answers. And the problem is this. People
This is me rewinding it in the past.
We now have the answers. And the problem is this. People who never hedged their bets, people who never at any point suggested to you that they don't have data to back up the speculation, that the speculation was in and of itself the conclusion that if you speculate without evidence, that amounts to an actual conclusion to an investigation, they're going to be very upset today because it's.
By the way, big time what he's talking about right here are right-wing influencers who, in order to completely shit on Biden and just make him look like he's a pedophile enabler, which I think that's completely fair to consider. And, you know, we can get into that as well. But use that as something to kind of bolster Trump's claim. And, you know, I think we got to look at that and look at it in its full context. He's not really giving you full context. He's very generically going about, oh, you know, some people have they didn't hedge their bets. Like, oh, what people? And it was people on your fucking network, actually. Like,
turns out that the DOJ and the FBI have concluded that Epstein didn't have a client list and died by suicide, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. Now, again, does this put to bed like all inquiries? Of course not. People can continue to speculate as much as they want. And I think there's still open questions here regarding how did Epstein make his money? Right? That's a very serious open question. And the speculation for a long time was he made his money from blackmail. But the DOJ and the FBI.
Blackmail how? For who? He was just an independent blackmailer? You know? You see where I feel like my guy Ben Shapiro here is just not really, he's not wanting to cross that line and really discuss anything in this context. And, you know, we can call that
again, run by people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are telling you. I'm not telling you. They're telling you. People who are members of the Trump administration.
Who gives a fuck about that? Ben, I don't care if you tell me, and I damn sure don't care if they tell me. Come on, man. Be honest.
Administration, people you elected and put into these positions to get you the truth on this matter are telling you that he didn't, in fact, he was not murdered. He did not keep a client list. And he did not.
Emotional appeal while appealing to authority at the same time. Fucking multi-leveled fallacy. These people, for what reason do they have fucking credibility, in all honesty? And obviously, do they have motivations to lie? Like, I mean, you're just, not to say that I'm not trying to fall on the other side as a cold hard conclusion either, even though I think it would be way more reasonable to do so. My problem with what he's doing, he's sitting here trying to represent it as this like clear-cut thing, and it's like, you know, hey, look, this is water under the bridge. Do we have a few questions about like how he got his money before? Yeah, I guess that's reasonable. I'm not going to do it here at all.
Not blackmail powerful figures. Okay, right. That is the thing that they are saying, not I. They are saying this. If you're willing to throw that over and claim they're lying, then I'd like to see you present your evidence that they are in fact lying. Because I know Dan. I don't think that Dan Bongino is lying to me.
Okay, well,
I know Kash Patel a little bit. I don't think Kash Patel is lying.
They're probably not lying to you. When you guys talk about this shit, they're probably like, yeah, no, fuck that list. We're not dropping it at all. Of course we have a fucking list. A shit ton of other. There's thousands of victims, for fuck's sake, Ben. Of course we have a list, brother. We're not dropping that list. Fuck that list and fuck all those victims. And then you're gonna sit here and say they're not lying to me. I bet they're not. I bet behind closed doors, you guys could just have whatever conversation you feel like. But in reality, yeah, I think to take their word and just completely not be critical of it at all. I mean, come on. That's part of the reason why you ended up believing the scenario to begin with, that these people were credible and going to release these files. I mean, like I said, even if there's not, no, I don't think anybody's really expecting like this literal fucking evidence in the form of a list. It's just like, It's shorthand. Show us the fucking evidence. Show us what you have. And then, like I said, there's always just like beating around the bush, whether it be, you know, Pam Bondi was just saying it was just straight up CP. So the only evidence we have is straight up only CP, and we're not releasing it. Yeah, nobody's asking for that, you fuck. Nobody's asking for that, you disgusting bitch. How about you to give us what the fuck you said you had? You had some shit on the desk, bitch. What were those files? Let us see those. You're handing out fake binders. Let us see the real ones. It's time to drop the real ones.
To me, I don't think these people are lying to me. Which means that if somebody,
I don't give a fuck. You would lie to anybody. You would lie to your own fucking mother if it'd get you ahead, you sick fuck. Look at this man's eyebrows. Give me a break. He doesn't even dress himself. Stop. Look at me. You know I'm authentic. I dress myself. I put on a black shirt like a man. This motherfucker got dressed by a goddamn stylist. And honestly, I think he's wearing a small hat. I'm just whatever. And it's like I said, it's not a big deal, but I'm just saying, what the fuck? You're lying right now.
else continues to claim that they're lying, they ought to provide their evidence at this point.
You're lying, bitch.
And now is the point at which the facts on the ground have changed. And so either you ought to shift your opinion based on the facts that have now emerged, or you ought to acknowledge that this was never a fact-based inquiry in the first place.
People making just a claim, they're asserting a claim that there is no list. That doesn't just fucking make it fact. You fucking ass clown.
Place.
I cannot
The
stand
Jeffrey Epstein files.
All right, I'm gonna let this run. I have no idea what this is either, but for some reason I let this go. So it was off Twitter. So God willing, there's no nudity here. Please don't get us pulled down. Don't get us further fucking put into the fucking Gaza fucking YouTube suggestions, please. They're putting us in a fucking concentration camp where nobody can find us. It's fucking Thursday to Friday night morning time. Hop on this bitch, like, share, subscribe. What the fuck else are y'all doing on a goddamn Thursday? None of you motherfuckers have jobs? Like, come on. You ain't in the fucking house? The fucking Trump's economy right now. How the fuck are you guys? It might be nobody has internet. And if you're not getting the bots pushed your way, which I welcome, by the way, I personally will not be paying for bots, but listen, if any fucking donors, any fucking goddamn fucking Saudi prince wants to send me an email about how they want to fund the bot program, let me know. I'm the guy.
We're told are to be imminently unleashed. And already we saw the Attorney General Pam Bondi say that it's the scale of what happened is far worse than anyone realized. Well over 200, maybe 250 victims, and that we're going to get information either later today or tomorrow from these files.
I believe it will be today. I was just with, I saw Pam and Cash in the White House just before coming on your show. And I can tell you that I haven't been privy to it yet, but I know it is coming out. They will be taking portions of it. We have to be patient. I think America needs to remember one thing. We are going to be promises made, promises kept. We have flight logs. We have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. Again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway. We don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
Guys, okay, so this raggedy ass bitch came into erotic and stole from.
Yeah, I remember catching this one. She ends up following her home, getting her arrested and shit. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so that lady looked like a goddamn fool there at the end. So accountability, that's fucking hilarious. Accountability for who? What was she talking about that got released? I don't know. She said she saw some of it and like it was gonna get released later on that day. She's like, I just shook hands with fucking Cash. She said, hell yeah, we're dropping that. What happened in between that? Yo. Okay, I'm back again. Beautiful. Yeah, they took me down for a second, but they can't keep me out. I'm right back at it. This is the other video that I wanted to play. Now I gotta upload all these goddamn videos again because I got fucking booted. So let's see here.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is
By the way, yeah. By the way, let's just run that back just a little bit. Because, I mean, he kind of hit the nail on the head. Unironically.
Talking about this guy, this creep.
So we're stupid. Yeah.
He hit the nail on the head. Ironically, he actually did it ironically. Yeah, you are stupid. You endorsed the motherfucker. Got on your fucking knees right on the fucking couch right in front of him, and you gave him a fucking dual handle fucking handy right in front of your audience. Told him how fucking amazing he was and all that kind of shit. So yeah, no, you are the fucking idiot. So I mean, let's just run that right back because it's so poetic.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have
the fuck are you thinking asking me about that guy?
This, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look right there. Even his own fucking co-host is His own co-host is we're all really fucking dumb, and every single person that we know and associate with that has a podcast is equally either really fucking really dumb or just completely like morally bankrupt. I think it probably goes both ways depending on which host or which show we're talking about or whatever. But yeah, bro, the entire fucking everybody you associate with looks really fucking dumb right now. I hope that's really clear. And I hope that's what the fucking dumbass aluminum foil around the head is about. I hope it's like some kind of humiliation ritual for how fucking wrong and dumb you guys look. So, I mean, to answer your question, like I said, he means it as a joke, as if they're not dumb in a way. You know what I mean? That's what makes it so incredibly
talking
amusing.
About Jeffrey Epstein, we have Texas, we have
one more
this,
time.
we
Let's be
have
last
all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit of an art guy. I like this should be fucking framed like yes. Like
that is, I think, what is enraging people right now
is it? You're enraged. You're enraged with stupidity. Lovely. Yeah, I think that's great for you. And I think that you should be. I don't know if an ounce of it is leaving your body, out or in, which way it's going, who the fuck knows? But it's like, brother, yeah, you look really fucking dumb, and you like could have easily avoided looking this just incredibly just fucking stupid by, I mean, I don't even know, using your own critical thinking, neither asking like some actual tough questions instead of just have them come on the show and then you and your Indian brother here and the man with the beautiful long locks there, Gagon or Gagnon or whatever. I'm not even saying that disrespectfully, but I just don't literally remember the pronunciation. But it is kind of funny and ironic that it's something along the lines of like Gagon or some shit. Just saying, respectfully. But and then the other guy, the producer guy. So it's like, yeah, you guys all look really fucking idiotic and dumb. And like you made a joke out of the American process and the process of, and the thing is, this is the reality. I respect these guys as far as like funny guys or whatever. It's like, I respect that what they do, but you have to be thoughtful if you're going to, cross over into actual other areas that have, actual impact on people's life. Like you can't just You can't just be the funny guy over there. You could be the funny guy while being over there. Like Jon Stewart's still a funny guy. You know? George Carl's funny. Still. He can talk about the craziness. And still maintain, you know, his own independent perspective. And that's what's missing here. You know what I mean? And what was missing through this, I mean, but I guess it's a little bit different because they're doing a podcast. So it's like, what makes it even more important, to be honest, because like when George Carlin gets on stage and he has some, you know, act that he's going to get into and some joke that he's going to get into, he's going to talk about the president or whatever. Like that's literally during a comedy act. So, you know, if you want to really hone in on the funny in that instance, then I think that you would be even more justified in doing so. In this situation, you're talking about people that are presenting as a podcast, which I mean, not presenting as a podcast, but it's a podcast, and it's a funny podcast. But then when you start to have, it's about the conversation. It's about people having conversations, about authentic conversations. How can you have that with somebody who's a fucking presidential nominee with all the crazy shit that Trump had been involved in and continues to be involved in? How can you not get into that shit responsibly? Seriously. And I'm not saying that you can't try to humanize them and, you know, have some fun and do some jokes and shit. But it's like, that's the problem when you like only focus on that. You completely miss the opportunity for having an actual substantive conversation about the person that you have in front of you. Like, I'm not even saying like get off topic and ask them something controversial that they have no control or no influence over. Like, it's the presidential nominee for the United States. Talk to them about anything that matters, guys. Not just like, hey, isn't fucking Kamala fucking retarded? Yeah, no, she doesn't talk good. No, she's a really bad talker. Okay, like,
it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up.
Okay, it's not insulting your intelligence. There is no possible way to insult the level of intelligence that you must have to have endorsed so glowingly and without critical thought Donald Trump. Like, honestly, like, at least have some critical back and forth. And
obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all.
Yep.
Nothing changed. They fooled you, dummy. Nothing ever changed. It was always fake for them. They knew exactly what it was. Come on, stupid. What the fuck? Yes. You look dumb.
All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Son,
Bongino.
he had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Look at you fucking clowns and how you fucking believed him. Hook, line, and sinker. He loves that fucking building. You shut the fuck up. He loves that building.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%.
Did you believe it then, though? So when he said it, this is the thing. That's the funny thing. So now it's obviously hindsight's 2020. So he looks back and he's saying like what Cash is saying. Cash is saying on Joe Rogan's like, oh, if I had the list, don't you think I'd give it to you? I'm gonna give it to you. All that's getting released, I'm not gonna hold it back. Blah 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 blah. He's like, don't you believe me? You and Joe Rogan were like, now you want to call the motherfucker cockeyed when he was cockeyed then. He was cockeyed as a motherfucker on Joe Rogan back then. Like, you knew he couldn't be trusted. If you knew anything, the man wrote a fucking book about the president of the United States, Donald Trump, being fucking king of this motherfucker. Fuck no. He is a fucking untrustworthy, loyalist, fucking spineless scumbag who has a fucking dime piece of a fucking wife, by the way. I did see that before I hopped on here. Let's not objectify the fucking queen too much, but Jesus Lord. I mean, give me a fucking goddamn AK-47. Put me on the border right now. Shalom, right now. I don't give a fuck. I'll put the goddamn stupid hat on too. Fuck it.
Especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you,
bro, I'm sorry. I'm having a good time. Don't get me wrong. But come on, this shit right here, that's not gonna make you not look like a dumbass, brother. You got lied to by a motherfucker that looked like that. This makes you look even dumber. It's not doing what he thinks it's doing right now. He thinks he's like really fucking calling them out, and he's like, hey, look at how fucking crazy this motherfucker looks. Like, oh, we're not gonna believe it. Bro, you believed him though. I'm pretty sure they had cash on there. I think they had not only Donald Trump, but I think they actually also had cash on there. Guys, did you do any fucking research, brothers? Or you just saw that he looked like this, and that's what you're gonna take from it? Okay.
Like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
No, he was cockeyed before and probably protected him before. And he looked just like that when he lied to you, you fucking idiot.
So one of two things in my mind is it possible. One, you're
hold on, one of two things by the guys who got fucking fooled directly in front of them by the cockeyed bastard and the motherfucker that eats fucking McDonald's every single day of his life, combs his fucking bald spot over, and fucking is civilly liable for some shit. So come on now. Like, they got lied to by those guys, fucking drank it like mother's fucking milk down their belly. And then now they want to tell us they want to break it down. They're going to break it down because now they have the insight. Listen, buddy with the small hat and buddy with the large one. Shut the fuck up forever.
So one of two things in my mind is it possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
I love how fucking Andrew Schultz. Ooh, okay, spicy. We hadn't considered this before. It's just, come on. Please come the fuck on. I just can't. I can't. Flagrant 2. I don't know if it's called Flagrant 2 still or if it's Flagrant. Guys, listen, stay funny. A lot of comedians, they try not to get too tied up in like political affiliation, and having some like stone cold political affiliation. For this reason, you look like a goddamn fool. And anybody who explores rational thought, and I think comedians do this quite often. I admire comedians. I aspire to be a comedian a bit myself. So respect to them for that. But the reality is like, I think in order to do that, you have to have some level of just like observation and skill, and like you have to have some kind of philosophical or deep thought if you're going to be in the position that these guys are, and just the most surface level of exploring that. I think, Cole, what's going on? No, you're all good. Honestly, there hasn't been anybody in here tonight. It might have just been a bad night. There's no telling. There's really no telling for it. But I do appreciate you hopping in here regardless. And sweet profile picture, by the way. Fucking arm up. Looks like you might be driving a car or something. Just lean back. I love it. But no, thank you for hopping in here. No, hey, exactly. And like I said, hey, I give a lot of respect. I have a lot of admiration for the art form. But we were just talking about the Flagrant podcast. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not, but it's Andrew Schultz podcast. And I already deleted the video, or else I'd play it again because it was just so funny to me. But they're talking about Donald Trump was at the White House the other day. He got asked from a reporter, like, hey, what's going on with those Epstein files? And he's like, no. He's like, I can't believe you're asking this. Are you seriously still asking about this fucking guy? Is this really what we're still talking about? So it's like, okay, red flag, brother. Like, tell me, I appreciate the compliment on the pick. Of course, I mean, I can't fully clearly see it, to be honest with you, but I can see the gist of it, and I can just see that the energy behind it is just swag is on a fucking 100,000. So I'm happy for you there. But I do have some more videos to play. Hey, and Cole, you might have an interesting opinion here. I want to get into, I guess, the other topic. I had so many videos and I accidentally backed myself out of the studio here for the software. So then, actually here, I guess, because I'm trying to make sure I got all the Epstein videos out the way before I move on past them, because I have such a treasure trove of videos. Actually, this is directly related to the last one that we sent. Oh, Sandor, brother, I dropped I fucked up and I gave you the wrong gamer tag. I damn near went live tonight just to tell you that, to be honest with you. Because my old lady really, she was looking for some of my time. But I wasn't able to go live yesterday and I already felt bad. And that's why I followed your channel and everything. Because I was like, maybe I could connect with this guy on there somehow. So I could tell him, don't befriend that guy. I don't know who that is. Probably a great guy though, because we had a similar idea on name. So I mean, great minds think alike. But I put it in the comments already. Just mere hope that you might see it. It's like when people are hoping that somebody that they know is looking at the moon at the same time as them. That's what I was trying to do here. This is actually the gamer tag. So I forgot, and you remember I said I didn't have full confidence, and I apologize for that. But I was lacking confidence, and that's why you got to add the big on the baby J 007, and then we'll be locked in for sure. I made sure I remembered that. That was a total fumble on my part. But definitely looking forward to that. And like I said, for sure, we're locked in. But just to double on, and you just missed this flagrant video that we just played. Sandor, your opinion on that probably would have been hilarious. But I've been playing some of the Epstein content that I have here, as far as like people talking about it. And flagrant, I don't know if you're familiar, but Andrew Schultz, kind of in the same, I don't know, like I don't want to say he's an orbiter because that's like a fucking weird Twitch term, but I mean it'd be kind of accurate. But just in the sphere of Joe Rogan influence, basically. And obviously all of those guys ended up following his lead on endorsing Trump, or maybe not even following his lead because he might have been one of the last ones to actually do it. But they all kind of made like a hive mind decision to go ahead and move towards that. And I want to go ahead and play that. So I want to play, I already played Schultz and them just being like the video that we played the other day, by the way, Sandor's, what they were reacting to, where Trump is like, are you seriously still asking about Epstein? Is that for real? Why are we still talking about this fucking guy? This pervert. Let's just move on. He doesn't deserve our time. He doesn't deserve taxpayer money to go towards that investigation. I mean, fucking anything, grabbing straws. So he's reacting to that. And he's like, I guess we're the dumb ones, so on and so forth. And obviously, I mean, we're just looking at it. We're like, yeah.
Crazy part. We're this crazy part.
Right before.
Yeah. Where the president is like clearly gone. And everybody's like, no, he's amazing. All these fucking people, because they don't want the other guy to win, are just lying to everyone and ruining their credibility. Because no one's admitting, like, okay, I'm willing to vote Democrat. Show me one that says something that makes sense that I can trust that's not dying. Just show me one that's younger.
Now, this is actually older, but I wanted to play this because it's kind of in line with the conversation that the rest of the people in his, like I said, sphere of influence are starting to have. And I actually think that, in a perfect world, I think that group of people, as far as like comedy is a very, I don't want to, kind of universal kind of language. Like sometimes, when you talk about like slapstick comedy or like some kind of like performative comedy, it could really transcend cultures and all those kind of things. And that's why I think that you have all these comedians who have been able to build like these independent influences, and probably just from the nature of their job, where they're just constantly traveling and doing festivals and networking, like on steroids. So, but I mean, it's a great place for like these independent creators, and a great atmosphere for these independent creators to network and cross promote and things like that, end up really speaking to a huge audience. And I think the endorsement from kind of the podcast community of Trump really is something to a certain degree I think has been kind of underestimated maybe in this throughout this entire process, where it's like him really being able to win those people over and get them people spend hundreds of hours dealing with, like the amount of trust and rapport that you're able to build with, like a podcast host, which in comparison to like when you watch Keith Olbermann maybe, and it's like in reality, like he's maybe talking for like 30 minutes in the entire show. I mean, if you watch Joe Rogan, you might catch him for 10 hours in a week or fucking, you catch him on the right week, you catch him for 20, 30 hours in a week. So it's like, you feel, even if it's not true, even if the person's not really giving you their honest self, the thing about podcasting is it is supposed to be so stripped down and authentic to a certain degree. So I think, you know, the audience size mixed with the kind of intimacy that podcasters have with their audience, so therefore kind of trust, I think you're able to really, people who are independent, you know, I think you're really able to get some of those people who are just purely anti-Kamala voters, which is the sentiment that Joe Rogan is really expressing here is, you know, I'm okay to vote Democrat. I'm not necessarily opposed to Democrats on the grounds of policy, but it's like, I need you to put forth an actual candidate that I'm comfortable with voting for. I think could actually, you know, truly represent the people, the will of the people. And yeah, I agree with that. I'm going to have to tune in to Rogan as well. To be fair, got you, brother. No, I'm definitely going to lock in with you, and I'll send you a message after I hop off here. But no, 100%. I also want to see that. I think, like I said, Rogan is an interesting person for me because I recognize I've had a conversation on here a few times. Like growing up, I watched Rogan a ton. So I'm of the age where, you know, obviously he was on Fear Factor. I remember watching him as a young kid on Fear Factor, and I was pretty early to the Joe Rogan experience. And I watched that, and it was extremely inspiring. And, you know, it had a big impact on me. And, you know, I appreciated his, I don't know, his willingness to be open-minded and really engage with whatever kind of ideas that he may have been engaging with at that time. Obviously with professionals in certain industries, you know, where he exposed me to certain ideas at a young age that otherwise I wasn't considering because of just some of the guests that he would have on from like the scientific community or whatever. But then a lot of political ideas I thought were really inspiring, and his willingness to be a critical thinker in those moments and push back when it's really necessary, but also give the runway to, you know, for people to speak their own mind and get their ideas out there. I mean, in a lot of ways, I try to do that myself as far as like, you know, I want to push back when it's something that I think is just really interesting to dig deeper on the differences of ideology on. But then at the same time, I don't want to just completely shut people down just because automatically I don't agree with what they do on their channel or whatever, you know. So either way, through this process though, I feel like we've lost that part of the Joe Rogan experience. And I've had this argument with my mom, who is politically engaged, I would say, and then and she's liberal, so she for a long time was like, turn that fucking Joe Rogan shit off, I can't listen to it, it's fucking terrible. And just, he's, you know, all the kind of stuff that people say about him as far as like when people started to turn on him publicly, and right winger, all this kind of shit. And I disagreed with that for a long time. But through this period, and specifically after, I would say after COVID, is when you start to see that kind of move towards, you know, I don't know if it's even like a right-wing ideology, but it's like a right-wing community. And because I think that there are times where he still stands on like, oh, I pretty much have like liberal beliefs. And I buy that more than when I hear like Tim Pool say it, for example. Tim Pool's a complete fucking grifter and a moron. But when Joe Rogan says that, I honestly buy that it's coming from a genuine place, even if it's not totally representative of what we see, to be honest. So when he had Trump on there, when he had Mark Andreessen on there, I mean, he's really having those conversations when he's constantly, you know, just blowing fucking Elon on there and talking about how he's a fucking genius above reproach. It's like, you know, that's where I feel like, you know, he's not engaging with things fully critically anymore. And I think during the era of COVID is when that happened, because people, because of some of the anti-COVID shit, the anti-lockdown stuff that he was saying, I think, you know, there's a lot of people that were on the left that immediately disowned him because of that. He took Trump at face value despite knowing Trump is full of it. No, I agree. And I think that's And I think that's really my point, is I think like during the COVID period where he was getting a lot of backlash, I think some of that was unfair. And I think that ended up ultimately pushing him in a direction to where, you know, it's like, you know, there's a lot of sayings like, as far as like, go where you're where the grass is greenest, or grass grows greenest where it's watered, or whatever. Things like kind of these phrases that mean basically like, you know, people tend to go where they're respected and treated well and all this. So when the entire COVID thing happened, I think that, you know, there ended up being this big portion of people that found themselves on the left that just were completely unwilling to consider him as an ally and shat on him. And at that point, I think it ended up pushing him, which I don't agree with this. I think this is unprincipled to allow, you know, a portion or a group of people on the left saying that, you know, you're a racist or you're a misogynist. I mean, I've seen all those kind of things said about Joe Rogan. Just because people are saying that, for that to truly influence your ideology when it's not related is kind of silly. Because I mean, a lot of his reasoning as to like why he's voting for Trump is like, oh, the left, they're so fucking crazy, they're letting fucking kids shit in fucking litter boxes in the classroom. Like, it's like, where are you at, bro? Yes, but I totally agree on this. I think that the COVID era, it was more understandable his issue with like how he was being covered and things like that. But then I think that did end up carrying over into this Trump era and the era of him having, you know, fucking oligarchs on that are advocating to get rid of the Consumer Protection Bureau and like just things that I think old Joe Rogan, you at least want to hear as much as he can, have a conversation about that. You want to hear him kind of push back and be curious about it. So the lack of curiosity and completely the willingness to take people at full face value that you obviously know have some kind of like motivation or skin in the game to mislead your audience, which is massive. I'm not as much of a like, you have to consider like your audience and like, so you can't be a comedian anymore. You can't make jokes on your podcast anymore. That's not the criticism I have, though. The criticism that I have, and I think what Sandor's getting at, is like, yeah, when you're having these real conversations with Trump, though, you can make a joke here or there or whatever. But at the end of the day, you do have to dig into, I mean, one, what your audience truly wants to hear. I don't think anybody wants to, even, I'm not going to say some Trumpers don't want to hear that, but I think even people who are independent-minded Joe Rogan listeners, for example, they don't want to hear you just sit there and blow Trump for fucking 3 hours in their ear, you know, and talk about how horrible the left is and this and that. You know, that's a disservice. I actually randomly just got a message from Gates Open Media, actually. Shout out to him. You know him, Sandor. He just actually texted me something about Joe Rogan or something like that, talking about. But the ivermectin shit attacking him in the news was ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. I think that, and then like just when he ended up having Sanjay Gupta on, I mean, he embarrassed him, and not because he's like more of a formidable mind than Gupta is. It's just a situation where it was just flat out wrong, and he was just on the right he was on the right side of it. So he was able to bring anybody on there and just stand on the truth and thankfully hold his own. And yeah, I think it did end up souring him from having allies and allegiances over there. But I do ultimately think that's a weak position to hold for him, because at the end of the day, what is your beliefs? What do you think is best for the country? Fuck whether there's a minority group of people on this side, on the same side of your belief system, that, you know, may think that to hold beliefs that you do makes you racist or this, or like I said, misogynist, whatever the example would have been. 100%. LOL Gates. Yeah, what a character. What a character. For some reason, he won't hop on here anymore. That's fine. Back in the day, we've had a few debates on his channel back in the day. On some other channels, I've had debates when I was like more active as far as doing that. I got to get back into it. It's just, I had a long period where I wasn't doing this as much, so I'm really just getting into the swing of things. But he's a well-intentioned gentleman, so it's like I can't knock him. But at the same time, boy, some of his views, they make me laugh, but then now it's kind of hard to laugh at him because it's like, God damn, like fucking Medicaid though. What do I like to you guys? Oh yeah. No, that'd be fun. We'll have to see. I don't know. I want to get. There's a few people that I used to have come on this channel, and like I said, I'd go on their channel and stuff. It's just I have to. There's a little bit of time where I don't know. I was isolating myself a bit, to be completely honest. You know, not that this is my therapy, but yeah, I was. So I wasn't just being as motivated and as consistent with this. So I got to pick it back up. But I'm glad. In a way, I'm glad. It's everything happens for a reason. We picked it back up, and then Masters, brother. What's yours? I'm curious. Let me know yours. But yeah, Gates is fun. Where you go? Yeah. I mean, even still a little bit, but just to a point to where I feel one, I think that working on this is good as far as like having something else. You the best, brother. Oh, beautiful. I mean, but honestly, hey, as two well-educated gentlemen, I mean, you wouldn't say that if somebody didn't have that, their opinion would immediately be masters in debating. Yeah, the circle jerk, brother, of course. But you wouldn't say that it means that they wouldn't have anything of substance to say, obviously, right? So, I mean, it is kind of just a silly thing to even come in here without engaging in whatever we may be talking about and just asking that. It kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, but like I was saying here, of course. Yeah. No, so we're on the same page. But Bob, I'm glad to have you here, in all honesty. Goodwill Hunting was loosely based on my life. Exactly. No, yeah, 100%. If somebody would have looked at Goodwill, he was the smartest motherfucker in the college. And he had a master's in mopping shit up. But at the end of the day, it was from Southie. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different. I'm not from California. I'm from Florida, actually. Well, I mean, from Indiana, moved around, lived in New Jersey a bit, all over the map as far as America goes. But extremely well educated, brother. That's what I said. Yes, 100%. But like I said, I don't think it would matter either way. Wicked smart. Yeah, but like I said, I don't think it would matter. I invite anybody, by the way, that wants to hop on the podcast or the live or whatever, and have these conversations. I love to engage with anybody, especially, by the way, are you educated, this or that. I think it's especially problematic, mainly because we want everybody to be engaged in things like this. Honestly, when you're talking about things that affect your own livelihood, your civil liberties, like we can't just rely on the people that may have this education or that education. So it's like, I want everybody to be engaged and be willing to be educated, and also the educated be willing to be educated by the uneducated. So yeah, I mean, 100%. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm curious. So Sandor, he's asking you in the chat, what is your definition of educated, Bob? And also, by the way, Wiggy Wom needs to hop in here with his fucking classical education. I'll tell you what. I mean, he said he didn't go to college, and he's one of the most intelligent fucking commenters that I've ever had on this bitch. He hops on here, and he will school some motherfuckers. So it's like I said, I'm humble. I have education, being refined, self-control. Okay, brother. Yeah, I have all those. Whatever you're talking about, and I believe you, and I believe that you're educated. And like I said, either way, I would be interested in whatever you might have to say. Like I said, engage in the actual topics. I'm curious about your opinion on what we're talking about. Rules me out. Also, look, Sandor, another fucking genius in the chat. Don't ever disrespect my guy Sandor. But yeah, engage in the topic. I'm curious how anybody feels about the process of Trump getting elected, the support that he got from the podcast community, some of the biggest podcasts in the entire country. some of which, by the way, have bigger audiences than I, and they're not educated, but it doesn't mean that they don't have anything to offer. I'm talking about Joe Rogan in this instance, who, like I said, has one of the biggest podcast audiences, has one of the biggest influences, and his education came from fucking Fear Factor, brother. Bro, I mean, I have a lady, you know, I have a family, brother. I have a family, a home, and that's true. There are a lot of dum-dums on the net. Like I said, it's just a horrible tact to come in here and just assume that, or like I said, or not even engage with the topic. And you know, so I'm just giving you some tips, brother. It's okay. So Sandor here says the country was fed up. A lot of people only had hope. Trump played right into that. No, I agree. And I think one thing that I appreciate from Trump's messaging, although I think that we're not actually getting that, and well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that we're not getting that, but the change aspect, leaning into being the change candidate, regardless of if what Kamala was offering was technically maybe more stable, and I think there's probably a great argument for that. And if you're just looking at it with any critical thought, I think you could probably come to that conclusion. People are looking at a system that doesn't work for them and is increasingly moving in a direction that doesn't work for them, and just a system that is actually rigged against the greater portion of the population. Like, how can that endlessly continue to stand? It can't. So Trump at least is speaking to that. Now, is he going to turn around and not actually advocate for that group of people that got him elected? Well, yeah, I think we're seeing that, and that was obvious the entire time. And that's kind of the point with, you guys didn't see it because I played it before you hopped on, Sandor and Bob. But thank you for that, by the way. Look at this. Hey, Bob, thank you, by the way. Appreciate it. Shame on you. Shame on you, Bob. This is my woman, my real life woman with a real woman vagina. Just made me this drink. I didn't even ask for this drink. I didn't ask for this drink. I didn't ask for there to be a straw in it to make it easily accessible for me. What a dream. What an absolute dream. You know, she anticipated my needs. I've been talking for a while. And here I am. I've been talking for a while. She's like, hey, my man's probably a little thirsty. She was correct. She was absolutely correct. What a wonderful woman. So cool babies. I mean, come on, brother. I mean, can we just get on the fucking goddamn thing? I appreciate you being here, and it is love, but it's like, stick around and let's talk about the topics. You can learn everything about me in the future. I kind of have to keep some things to myself and have some privacy, right? You could be fucking Bob from India right now trying to fucking steal my identity. I don't know if I want to answer any more personal questions. You know what I mean? Holy smokes. But if you're asking if my cock works, yes. What's the topic? We were talking about Trump getting elected. We were reacting to a video that we had kind of just been having a casual conversation off of that, but I reacted to a video about Andrew Schultz talking about, like, are we dumb? Because a video that we also reacted to the other night where Donald Trump is asked from a reporter about the Epstein list, and he's like, are we still talking about that shit? What the fuck? Why are you asking me about that? Don't you know people died in Texas? He's like, we have a lot of great stuff going on, but a lot of kind of not good stuff. So why would you ask me about that? It's like, can we keep the tip? Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't even know. I mean, if you're asking, can you tip me? Then the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Infinitely. And also, now I see why this happens. Holy smokes. I'm getting buried. I think Trump is doing a good job. I think you're wrong. Kamala stable? Question mark. May I ask what schools? This guy literally wants to steal my fucking identity. Holy shit. Had that Obama change messaging going on. Great point. And I think that's that's more evidence that when you lean into that change messaging, and that was one of the most compelling and persuasive, I think, pushes that Obama had, the whole hope thing. It's like, yeah, let's get out of, and he's another one that really failed on a lot of that. Like he's a lot of what he was running on. We're going to get out of Afghanistan. We're pulling out. Didn't. So, I mean, there's a lot of, just why trying to catch up here. Too much info. Yeah. Too much info is, I think, what you're asking for sure. Just a bit. And like I said, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to be gracious here, brother. Because I am happy that you take the time to click on and you even inquire about my past life. It is kind of, it is humbling in a way and even flattering. But I mean, just come on. I just met you and your name is Bob. Like, doesn't that sound like somebody that would be on here fucking scamming? Doesn't that sound like a fucking, no disrespect to the good people of India, but they got scammers over there. Just fuck it. Let's call it. That's a good lady. Beautiful woman. She hooked it up. And just the fact that, I mean, she does know I've been in here for fucking almost an hour and a half. So to be fair, I've been thirsty for like an hour of it. So she's a little bit behind, but she'll do. Is your wife from Indiana? Holy smokes. I'm just going to say no to that, but goodness gracious. Okay. Thanks. No, love it. Don't be cocky, this guy. Okay, so hello, my name is Boob. Yeah, Indian South. Brother, I'm not cocky. I'm just sitting here having a wonderful conversation with everybody. If anything, I would say I'm showing a lot of humility and patience, brother. I have actually lost a lot of faith in humanity the last few days. Honestly, I hate to hear that. I've heard some whack reasoning for Trump not releasing the list. I agree with that, but I will say, but look at it this way, Sandor. I just want to say this because I don't want you to lose faith in humanity, brother. But I understand why it's difficult and why it's it seems like a foolish task to even try to really keep up and like resist what seems like a system that would allow the Epstein shit to go and not bring anybody to justice. I guess except Ghislaine Maxwell, but it's like she should have got the Diddy deal if they were just using these people as prostitutes. What the fuck if it wasn't any trafficking going on? But obviously it was. So fuck her. She needs to stay where she's at. But yeah, if we live in a society that would cover that up, literally the most heinous of crimes that we could imagine, like only things can be equal to what they're saying people did with these children. Yeah, for a society that would cover that up, it's like, what the fucking, like I said, I understand how scary it sounds to say like, oh, hey, if we were to bring all these people to justice, society would crumble, so on and so forth. But it's like, I don't know. That's not a society that I even really want to persist. It's not a society I want to stand. And that's scary for me saying as a person, I have kids and, I want them to have a stable future and all that. Like I'm thoughtful to that, of course. But it's like, I don't know at what price to stand to the side and allow people based off of their influence and amount of money and their fucking education, Bob. You're just going to let people have babies if they have a fucking master's degree, brother? Fuck no, we're not with that. And you applauded Trump. What the hell, brother? But no. Oh yeah, actually, so recent I didn't even get to it. But yeah, all that also true. But Sandor, I want to focus on this part. There are a lot of MAGA people and even some MAGA fucking dumbasses, some pure fucking borderline mentally handicapped retards, and I love those people. But I'm just saying, like, let's just call it how it is. There are some people that cannot think for themselves that were criticizing Joe Biden for not doing that, and it's just like, well, and it's true, but holy shit, you're fucking dumb as hell. Some of those people are educated and some are not. I don't ask them. I just look at their points of view and I judge it based off the merit of the argument they're making. And sometimes it's really fucking dumb. I mean, like I said, I can think of a few, like just some of the dumbest. Hodge Twins, one of the dumbest content creating groups that is on the internet. It has some of the fucking most brain dead fucking takes I've ever seen. And literally, they don't even really try to have anything that's more than brain dead. And I've seen them consistently even branch out to criticizing Trump on other issues now on Twitter, based off of just the loss of faith throughout how this Epstein thing has been handled. So I think there actually is hope. And in a way, I think we're losing a lot, I think. And that's why I disagree with Bob. I don't think Trump is doing a good job, but because I think we are losing a lot in the short term, and it's tough to see. And I think, the society and American society for sure, but I think even on a global standpoint, considering, how much we're involved in things globally, is really being tested, I think. And, those guardrails are seriously being tested. The Supreme Court being tested. So that does concern me, but I do think that being able, and Sandra, we already have kind of talked around this, and I've talked about my politics, but I definitely have more of a class consciousness perspective on this. And I think that there's a lot of MAGA allies, if they can get their heads out of their ass, if they could vote in a way that is actually in their own best interest, the best interest of their community, the best interest of basically everybody that they know that's not a fucking billionaire. If they can do that, then we can have a powerful coalition here that can really bring about some serious change. And I think in a fucked up way, this is the kind of stuff that needed to take place to break what was a cult-like hold on some of those people. And I think you still will have probably 20%, 30% of MAGA that's just going to be ready to drink the fucking Kool-Aid right out of fucking Donald Trump's shaft. But there are some people that even I would have thought maybe the Hodge twins would be included in that, to be honest. And I'm not just trying to use them as an example. I've seen many others where it's like people coming out that are like, hey, we were just fucking made a fool of. This is not what I voted for. Bob, it's really not a big deal, brother. I'm just, like I said, you just have to understand, I don't know you, and you did come across kind of like a rude asshole. So like I said, I have a lot of people come on here that fucking have high school educations, have less than that even. And there's plenty to pull from whatever kind of wisdom or life experience they may be pulling from. Sandor, actually, I don't remember who it was that you said this about, but somebody kind of came in with a similar standpoint when we were talking about, I don't remember exactly what it was, but basically they're like, we shouldn't even be involved in the decisions that are being made if we're not, maybe it wasn't education, but maybe it was like a career in politics or something. But it's like, yeah, everybody is affected by this. Everybody is affected by this. Everybody needs to speak out about it, and keeping your head in the sand and just shutting yourself up, because I don't even know. It's like that is half the fucking battle. You're doing half the battle for the people that are looking to oppress your point of view anyways by doing it willingly. No scam. Bob, I'm going to choose to believe you, brother. I haven't blocked you. And like I said, it's nothing against you. I kind of like, you're all right. But we're on thin ice, buddy. We're on fucking thin ice. No, it's love. Like I said, I already told you, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us and added to the conversation. It's just, you have a unique way of conversating. He's saving the world from economic collapse. Yeah, 100%. The government, these are arguments for the whole Epstein thing. So he's saving the world from economic collapse. The government of the world would collapse. He saved the world. He's stopping nuclear war. It's all PM Bondi's fault. Yeah, I agree. And I've also seen all of those. And some of those is kind of what I'm already contesting with, but like to specifically address like what you're putting here. So the governments of the world would collapse. He saved the world. So I'll be honest with that. What makes that extra disgusting, and probably what makes that what that makes you so repulsed by it, is that not only is the situation where we're saying, well, we just can't do it because the cost is too great. It's actually being perverted even further than that into he's taking this is some brave stance. This is something that he's actually doing for the world, for the victims, for everybody involved. He's willing to shoulder this, whatever the fuck. Let's see here. So, but by the way, so I totally get that. But just like I said, and you may have already addressed it as well, but yeah, some of the fucking dullest brain of MAGA, I have seen peek their head out and be slightly critical, even more than slightly. I want to give them credit where it's due. Now, you have also seen the fucking crazy grifters. Earlier, I played the video from Adam Sosnick from the PBD podcast, where he's like, basically, anybody that's interested in this is a fucking loser. And if you're interested in this, fucking stop drinking Mountain Dew. Who the fuck are you to tell us to stop drinking fucking delicious Mountain Dew? You fucking animal. And then, yeah, blaming the Pam Bondi, which she's allowing herself to be a fucking scapegoat. Like it's so egregious. I understand it would be scary. Like I want to empathize. I understand it would be scary, and I understand you could even be, under threats of your life and all that. Obviously, Epstein, the fucking genesis of this is somebody died. But like I said, this is something that is so reprehensible that it's crazy to even call it a fucking red line, because it's like a red line should be like, I don't know, somebody got in your personal space or shit, some shit. Like, no, that's a red line for me. I don't like when people touch me. Not like, oh no, it's a red line for me when people fucking traffic minors to islands to be used for sexual acts by fucking Stephen Hawking's of all people, for God's sake. Holy shit. Bring these people to justice. Dig his ass up. All right, let's see here. Bahab. Hello, my name is Brian. May I interest you in a gift card for $50? Yeah, brother. I've done slave labor in the retail sector, so I know about that scam already. Never got me. They call when I was like 20, I worked at this gas station, and I remember getting hired. They kept getting scammed by exactly that. People would like ask that they'd call and ask like people to activate cards over the phone, and they'd take the money off the card or some shit. But I remember people losing their job and emails going out all the time about the shit. It's so funny. Sandor says there's no MAGA split, like everybody reporting. Okay. Half of Trump's sycophants don't care about the list. The other do, but think Trump got betrayed. Okay. Both sides still love him. I don't know if I agree with that, Sandor. I don't know. I guess that's something it's yet to be seen. I do agree with you that I think that, and I might be overstating the amount of people that are going, this is going to be actually something that they're going to break away from MAGA on. But, I don't think it's a insignificant amount. So, like I said, I'll completely concede. Earlier, I think I said like 30 to 40% or something like that of MAGA is cult-like and would still follow him. So maybe I'm overestimating, and maybe it's not 60%. That is a pretty that's a pretty bold claim. Not that it would be full 60%. Like maybe there'd be some like gradation there of people that are like maybe more skeptical to people that are outright like completely denouncing their MAGA relation or whatever or affiliation. So yeah, I think that, but I don't fully agree with you here, brother. Honestly, I do think that there is a significant amount of people, whether maybe it's flipped, maybe it's more of like a 20 to 40% of people are going to be skeptical to completely denounce MAGA. But even if it's 20%, 30%, that's a significant amount of people, even if they don't go full on to the other side and vote Democrat, but even if they defect and end up being independents or voting for this Elon Musk fucking party or voting libertarian. I mean, I suspect there's probably a lot of libertarians, and we talked about this previously. There's a lot of people that voted for Trump and joined this coalition, not as like stone cold ideologically MAGA, but from a standpoint of they just couldn't vote for Kamala, or for whatever reason they couldn't vote for Kamala, and there's several reasons there, in differing reasons. So I think those people are either winnable to the Democratic Party, or you can at least get them to the point to where they're independents and they're not stone cold MAGA and they're not going to vote for Republicans for the next 15 years. But I definitely want to talk to you more about that. I think that's completely valid, and I'm interested in your take more. Right wing is convinced Epstein did bad things. Yeah, I mean, let's see. How about weird things in the church? I think that's a church. That emoji is kind of hard for me to see from here, but I'm assuming church. I think that's all valid. Yeah, I think that's absolutely. I think that's absolutely valid. And right wing is convinced. And I think generally, so yes, that Epstein did bad things. I think right wing and left wing are convinced that Epstein did bad things. It's just a matter of how wide scale is that. And should there be people held accountable? Yes or no? I I think there's even people that are convinced on the right wing, to Sandor's point, there's people on the right wing that are convinced that Epstein did bad things, to use your terminology here, and they still don't think that people should be held accountable for it because the cost is too great. That just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. How about weird things in the church? And I think there's definitely weird things in the church, if that's what you mean. Correct me if I'm misunderstanding that. So the cognitive dissonance is off the charts. I totally agree with you on that. And I think, and to be fair, I think there's a huge portion of MAGA, and you're making me reconsider kind of the numbers that I threw out first, kind of arbitrarily. So I think it's fair for me to kind of like revise that. And I would say that's fair. But I do think there's a legit portion of, whether it's because they're well-meaning, good faith actors or whatever, maybe it's based off just trying to like solidify, trying to save whatever bit of credibility they may still have with their audience. Because I don't, like I said, you're really making me think about this. I really want to consider it a little bit further, because I guess if you're saying that you think that MAGA generally this isn't going to be a red line for them, then I guess these right-wing content creators could end up going in what I think is completely just even unthinkable, to sit there and land on the side of maybe we shouldn't hold these people accountable, maybe the list doesn't even exist and all that, and follow Trump's lead on that. I think that's completely untenable for them with their audience. But if you're right, then I guess it wouldn't be, and maybe people can go ahead and peddle that line. Like, it'll be interesting to see how Ben Shapiro, who I think he's already kind of reeling with his audience based off his Israel support and stuff like this, which for a lot of people, this goes hand in hand with that. So, and I don't know if you guys were here when we played that video, but we played the video with Ben Shapiro, where he's like, hey, new information's out, we need to accept new information. Since when are we just non-critically accepting the information that the FBI gives us, the CIA gives us, or you know what I'm saying? Like, since when are we doing that? When would he advocate? Would he advocate for the same kind of like uncritical deference to these agencies when we were talking about things like Hunter Biden and shit like that? Of course not. So it's like, use that same critical thinking now. But I mean, he's somebody I consider as a grifter and completely dishonest. I think he obviously would come to the same conclusion if he was being an honest actor as we are, to be honest. I think he's smart enough to do that, but he has other, things that are kind of pulling at his whatever. But education helps with self-control. I agree with that. That's why we should make education more accessible to people in our country. Bob, where are you from, by the way, brother? If you don't mind me asking, I told you where I'm from. So if you want to tell us where you're at, I think that kind of matters, just as far as like to understand culturally where you might be coming from. Not that your opinion would reflect that. I mean, like I said, I'm in Florida, so my opinion wouldn't reflect the community that I'm living in at all. Sanderson, define, and then Hodge twins, dumb. I agree that the Hodge twins are dumb, but kind of that's my point. It's not really speaking to their level of intelligence to say, like, it's not, you don't have to be intelligent to see the game that they're playing about the Epstein list at all. And that's why anybody that doesn't get it, you can look at sideways and consider that maybe they're not, being honest. Bob, how about the diddling in the church? I mean, brother, yeah, I'm not for that, brother. Yes. Oh gosh. I'm not happy with MAGA. That's good. Well, you said Donald Trump was doing great. And we got Paul, shout out to you, brother. People have finally realized that he is the swamp. Shout out to you, Paul, by the way. Paul's if you don't know, and I don't think Sandor, I don't think you've gotten to see Paul yet, but he comes on the show sometimes. He'll sit in with me in studio. Actually, he lives in the area, so he'll pop up and he'll debate some topics and stuff. Just let me know whenever you're ready to do that again, Paul. I put that in the chat because I was open to you. If you wanted to slide through, you could have. But you're always welcome, brother. Anytime you see I'm doing my thing, you are welcome to join. Sandor here says you're right. It needs to be class war, not left versus right. Left versus right is what the elites want. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that when you keep it in the left versus right framing, you're able to put it, which is what almost always happens. We end up arguing around these like I don't want to say necessarily totally fringe. I think in a lot of ways now it's become more fringe, but like things like abortion previously would be like these huge cultural topics that would prevent us from bolstering a fucking social safe. And the thing is, and I go both ways with this, to be completely honest. I think we saw it this time, I think the left is bought and paid for as well, to the extent to where if they're not pushed in order to lean into those progressive principles or whatever, like as far as like for example, this time around when you didn't have to run in primaries, nobody is pushing each other on their liberal policies because they want to speak to the broader audience. So they're not pushing each other on the liberal policy. So you don't see people get pushed into, look, I want to fight for universal health care, single payer, or something along those lines. And that's what I'm standing on. You see Kamala gets kind of elevated. So then now her job actually then, because she never had to fight for the liberal vote. So now she's trying to appeal to the middle. And because she's already bought by the middle anyways, and honestly the right, from her donors and things like that. So it's a matter of where it's convenient. So once they're going to do what's most convenient. So they end up cuddling up to where you end up having maybe the most neocon campaign that we've seen since, Bill Clinton, maybe, honestly. Not even Hillary Clinton was on this level. But then also with these fringe issues, by the way, just before I get back into these comments, I want to hear what you guys have to say. You have this issue where even on the left, it's used to kind of subvert the will of the people, which a lot of us on the left want to see progressive policies pushed. So once you have like Bernie Sanders, for example, talking about true like economic policies, which to what you're talking about here, you're right, it needs to be class warfare. Or class war. That's what we need to be focused on. Immediately, Hillary Clinton, how she attacks that is like, well, Bernie Sanders is a sexist and he's a racist. He doesn't want to focus on black issues. And I don't remember what she said something one time where she's like, what? Oh man, I wish I could remember. Like something like, if you were to give free healthcare, is that going to stop racism? And you just have a bunch of stupid ass, because you have stupid ass people on left and right, of course. You have a bunch of the fucking stupid ass lefties falling for it. They're like, yeah, I don't want to be able to go to the doctor and get fucking treatment. I want to have racism solved. Oh, okay. Okay. Did it get solved, guys? Was Hillary Clinton the one to solve it? You fucking idiots. So yeah, like I have plenty of fucking criticism for them. And that's why I think, as far as like recognize that, Hillary Rodham fucking Clinton and people like her, they are not working in your best interest, the same as Donald Trump obviously is not working in your best interest. It's not fucking difficult to see. So at the end of the day, we have to gather around these people and that's another reason why, by the way, Bob, why you don't want to just solely focus on like, okay, who are the people from the fucking Ivy Leagues? Who are the people whose fucking daddies ran this fucking country? Because the thing is, that's the class that it ends up representing. That's the class that ends up being disproportionately represented now in our government. And it's like, no, we need regular folk. You want to see the regular folk? And by the way, on left and right. And that's what I'm hoping through this period where you're seeing people on the right be like, what the fuck is up with this Epstein shit? Hopefully those people are broke conservatives who can say, you know what? Actually, I need fucking all this Epstein shit where this motherfucker's not releasing it anyways, and most likely got his dick sucked on the island. Knock on wood. Not, you know what I mean? So it's like, at the end of the day, maybe I want healthcare. Just wondering. I mean, think about how little we've talked about the upcoming crisis of jobs in this country when it comes to AI. And instead, like, we focus on these issues, and then it comes to the point to actually pony up on them. Nothing happens. Or then, like I said, on the other side, it's like, hey, we want, may I ask, let's see. Shaft. May I ask? So I'm going to see what maybe you're getting to. Shaft. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe it's when I was talking about Trump's Shaft and MAGA drinking out of his cock. Then said, no, not rude. I'm not sure what you're talking about, brother, but I was ranting a little bit, so I'm sorry. And then, well, a lot of MAGA dum-dums on the net. That's definitely true. That's absolutely true. May I ask? Go ahead and ask whatever you want to ask. There's just no guarantee I'm going to answer it. You know what I mean? No scam. Don't be so worried. How so? Do we know if Epstein did a lot of bad? Holy shit, brother. Yes. Yes. There's a woman in fucking prison right now. Come on. Yes. Oh, yeah. That guy, when we were talking about the government being for the people, by the people, and he only wanted politicians, read oligarchs to guide him by the nose. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, oh, damn, I didn't realize there were so many comments. My bad, guys. I was really cooking. Bob, if in these next couple comments, brother, you're not making some fucking sense, and I just got to kind of skip your comments unless I see something interesting, because you're kind of talking about some bullshit. Sauce Nicks, Dog Snacks. Sandor says, you're very articulate and have a great sense of humor. Very funny guy. All signs of an intelligent person. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you. And honestly, same goes for you. I enjoy the back and forth with you. And like I said, I learn stuff all the time. I would never come on here and just assume that I have all the answers. Nobody should be hopping on here assuming I'm going to give them all the answers. But we will have an honest dialogue around it. And I'm always going to try to be good faith. That's something I pride myself on. I hope it comes across as far as like I try to be a genuine person. And even though the camera's on, sometimes the camera's on and it can make it difficult to be, genuine you. But I mean, not really for me, not to brag. And then, did Epstein promote bad things? Seems like he had young women at his island. Yeah, it was just had a fucking sick island. He just had a sick island. There's nothing. Was anything that he was doing wrong? I don't know. Kamala was a Disney bird. Yeah, I mean, look. Also, I mean, this is something I've been transparent on, and sometimes it doesn't hit well. I've had some people get upset with me in the comments. I get it, because Donald Trump is president right now. He's fucking up the country. But I was one of the, we'll say, conscientious objectors, which not quite, I'm overstating it. But I didn't vote for Kamala not necessarily because of that reason solely, but because I do feel like the Democrats, they use the opportunity of having such a crazy candidate like Trump that they're running against to not lean into actually what their base has been clamoring for. Like, I don't want to see a single fucking Democratic fucking goddamn nominee run for president that's not at least going to fight for healthcare in this country. Like, straight up. If that's not going to be one of your biggest things, and instead we're going to be, like I said, don't instead try to win me over by, we're going to slowly let Gaza just we're going to be slower than Trump is on it. Like, either way, I thought that was a dead issue. And some of the people that voted for Trump, like in Michigan and shit, they were fucking wild. But I get it. I don't know. Like I said, I almost would have preferred, obviously, best case scenario, be able to take that vote and then the worst of two evils not win. So I do have to accept that, I'm kind of complicit in what enabled everything to happen alongside, many other people and people who outright voted for the motherfucker. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that we need to have a opposition party that is actually an opposition, not Diet Coke conservative. Sandor again here says you'd have a better idea about the size of the split as you're there right in it. Fair enough. And that's fair enough. And to be fair, so I live in a conservative area and a lot of Trumpers. Trump is extremely popular where I live. And I'll say, and I have friends, quite a few friends that would identify themselves as voting for Trump. I don't know how many of them would have necessarily been like, yes, I am a Trump supporter, unabashedly, but a lot of them were like those like anti-Kamala voters as far as like what I pick up. But some of them fully like took the bait, line and sinker, and just, it's embarrassing, but they're fun. They're fun guys. But I will say, I feel like there's a split there. Gates is somebody that I know. And as far as I can tell, he's still full on MAGA and fully in support of it. But honestly, the other friends that I have, they're all at least, when I've talked to them about this, they're all at least, I guess, divided on it as far as like, and it's conflicted, I guess is probably a better way to put it. They're conflicted with it, or outright like Trump lied to us and this is fucked up and our government's full of pedophiles. There's a lot of those, honestly, but I think that's probably actually the right take. But yeah, I think it's fair, and it's interesting to hear your perspective as well. And I don't know all of like, what kind of interfacing with the American people you do as far as like on social media and stuff. So I mean, I'm definitely curious your opinion on that, and just the opinion of people who are not here, because I think that's we can't see ourselves through those eyes. So it's nice to hear it from you and somebody that whose opinion I respect. Bob has focus on Epstein, but not on the church. Brother, I think, yeah, take the fucking church. I have no problem with that. Listen to me. I'm going to make a brave statement here. I think if you are a pedo, you should go to prison. You should go to prison for a very long time for that. I don't even think we should be showing like leniency and sentencing for these people based off of it being like some sexual condition or whatever. We can consider like some situations are more egregious than others, and we can get into like the specifics there on those cases. But yeah, I think generally I wouldn't protect a fucking pedo priest. So, you know, I'm going to be consistent with that. And it's, guess what? Not hard to do when your position is that. Like I said, it's just kind of crazy. I think the Epstein scandal is the biggest thing after the side. Yep. In Gaza. Excuse the coded spelling, trying to beat the censors. No, brother, I need to get better at that, to be honest. That's one of my downfalls is I come on here and like within the first 5 minutes, I'll always curse. And I'm just like, damn. You know, so it's like I hear you. The censors are all over the place. But as far as that goes, I'm with you. I think so. The Epstein scandal, huge. And as far as like so when we're talking about, you guys might be actually way past this, but I like to engage with all the shit you guys say. But I understand that it does kind of like make it difficult to go back and forth. So I apologize for that. I'll get better at that. I'm getting used to it. But like I said, I like to engage on this shit. It's all thought provoking to me. So I agree with you. I think that so with the Gaza stuff, that's another reason why I couldn't support the Democrats in this past election, because once again, there needed to be an opposition to that. There needed to be an opposition to that. There needed to be a true anti-war stance. It shouldn't have been a difficult thing to come out and say. And they were doing everything they could to kind of like skirt around that issue, meeting with Netanyahu privately and things like that. So that was another thing where you saw the uniparty, the war machine in full effect, and there was no difference. And it's really a shame. And that's just, like I said, that's something I could not enable. And for a long time, I was doing videos at the time, and I remember that was something, it was interesting because my opinion evolved on that very quickly. So just thinking back on it's kind of interesting, but I remember having debates on that online immediately when it first happened. And some of the debates that I were having, it was surrounded around, well, at least so I'll say my own perspective was Israel has the right to respond. You can't like, I remember seeing all the videos of the people that were sexually assaulted, fucking the hostages, dead people thrown on the back of fucking trucks, just fucking harrowing fucking images. But to not get it twisted, the shit that we've now seen for years coming from Gaza consistently, but still valid. So when that first happened, I'm like 100%, you got to respond. You have to make sure that those people never try that shit again. You have to make a statement, all that. I remember having the debates. And I remember some other people's perspectives on that, by the way, at the time, me thinking it was like, you're being so blind by anti-Semitism right now. Kind of, because I remember having some arguments with people where they're like, you don't know Israel, and they'll take this as an excuse to take it to its absolute furthest. You know, they have a plan. But a lot of shit that ended up being true, to be honest. Now, I don't necessarily think that it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to add that to the point that I'm making to make it valid, because whether or not this was something that was planned out, and if it was planned to escalate to this point the entire time and all that, is actually irrelevant. Just look at it on the facts on the ground, the little facts that we're able to get based off of the limited amount of journalism we're able to get out of there. And I think in this war, more journalists have been killed than any other war in history, and they're not allowing international journalists to come in. So more have died because you're talking about people who are Palestinians who are having to do the fucking journalism, and they're getting killed in the process of that. And yeah, I got to get back to these just because I know that you guys are fucking killing it. So my bad. But great questions all the way around. Bob, why are right-wing people focused on sex issues? So I think it's because they're a little repressed typically. And also, I think the left wing does too. I think there are just these social issues that don't really have any impact on donors as much anyways. So you're able to get away with doing the bidding of the people that are filling your pockets by manipulating people through things like, whether it be, abortion or right-wing people, the left are all pedophiles or whatever they say. And then on the left wing, you have kind of similar kind of like social issues that they really try to keep the conversation centered around. So I think it's just a trick. Honestly, it's a trick on each side, and they just have their own ways of doing it. I believe it implicates both sides. I think you're trying to say both sides, yeah. Sides of the government, and is being used to guide policy via blackmail. I think that's totally possible, and I think the original purpose of it was probably something along those lines. I noticed MAGA people dislike Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. And by the way, this is actually a good comment, Bob, because I think it is important to point out. He started to lose his support. And I touched on it a little bit earlier, but we can get even more kind of specific with it. He started to lose some support based off of how the Daily Wire was covering Israel and the perception of them being Israel first. So when you're making your bread and butter around a conservative audience that you spent all these years talking about, like the left hates America this, hates America that, wants them to be in forever wars, all this kind of shit. And then he's just being outed as a hypocrite by his actions, like very plainly. And also just the conflict of interest is fucking crazy. Let's see here. The Mossad connections, AIPAC, politicians being bought. It's all connected. Maybe I'm tinfoil hat, but I really think it's a huge scandal. No, I think you're 100% correct. I think you're 100% correct. And you're correct in pointing out that it's both sides connecting and that these lobbying groups, I'm sure that's a huge portion of their mission around election time, specifically for President of the United States, where that's their mission. And then we got Bob, Jimmy Dore, dumb. Yeah, I don't really listen to Jimmy Dore very much. So I honestly can't really pass too much judgment on him, to be completely honest. I watch some people that say Jimmy Dore is dumb, but that's not enough for me just to say Jimmy Dore is dumb. Sandor says, I like Jimmy Dore. He calls out all sides. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I'm not as educated. I've seen a few of his takes as far as like short videos. If there's something really good, I would be totally down to check it out. This would probably be a good time to tune into Jimmy Dore, to be honest, because a lot of the criticizing that I've heard of Jimmy Dore previously is that he kind of cuddles up too much to like the right wing echo chamber or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But that doesn't mean anything to me. I like the Majority Report and shit has shit on him, and I think that's where I watch the Majority Report. Sometimes I find that they have some interesting conversations. I mean, it's the fucking echo chamber of echo chambers. I've never, and I challenge somebody to prove me wrong here. I've never seen them have an argument on Majority Report amongst the people that like are host of the show. So they'll have some people come on sometimes, and Sam will have a debate, or Emma will have a debate with somebody. But as far as like them talking about the shit that they talk about daily, I never, ever, ever see them have a disagreement. That just lets me know that it's like, well, nobody's thinking for themselves up in there. Let's see here. So, Paul, next time. Absolutely, brother. We will definitely, and just so you know, and also just for the audience, this is good for me to say, so thank you for that. My goal is going to be to shoot for doing these lives Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It might be 3 times. It might only be 2 of those days, but those are going to be the 3 days I'm going to try to lock in on. Although I will say today's been kind of slow, so maybe I wouldn't do Thursday. I don't know. Tuesday and Wednesday were a little bit better, but I'm still really enjoying the conversation, so it's worth it to do it. I just can't do Monday because I watch Monday Night Raw with my daughter, so I got to lock in on that. So, although I don't know, maybe after Monday Night Raw fucking recap show, that might have to go down. Sandor, I don't know. Do you watch wrestling currently, or do we just play the WWE 2K game? Let me know. But yeah, that'd be something. I'll hop on here and shoot the show with you after Raw goes off on Mondays. Sounds like good times. Sanderson, he dyes his hair. Sanderson Rathbone? Kamala will be California governor. The will of the people. we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't heard any of that, but maybe. You have great takes, brother. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I try to be, as just honest as possible. Sanderson, you live. Are you talking about? Is Sanderson? I don't even know what's going on here. Let's see here. But I see a lot of crude people online. Well, of course, there's crude people online, brother. Sometimes people are just trying to have fun and they happen to be a little crude. That's not the end of the world. And that's kind of what you get online for a very long time. You had, this kind of information being packaged to you and given to you from, people who were, bought and paid for, and they're presenting it to you as really programming. And it's like, you kind of want to be able to hear this information from somebody who you trust their ability to reason with the information, take it and actually comprehend it. And then kind of just digest it and then give you their perspective on it, or just coldly give it to you. And then you have to have your own kind of like comprehension skills to take it from there. But I think that is preferable to, so a person giving you even the wrong information online, but then honestly believing it to a certain degree, is better than getting the wrong information from somebody who has intentionally given it to you wrong, dishonestly, to mislead you. Like, at least you have an opportunity at some point for the wrong person to fucking change course, because they're at least engaging with these topics in good faith. Other people, I mean, it's just a job. The job is to mislead the public and keep them in the dark. So Jay says, I don't think he's on Epstein's list. He did say he'd probably release it unless implicated a bunch of people. I saw that on, I think, Lex Friedman. I saw that kind of conversation, which is literally what happened. I think that move is elites protecting elites. Yeah, I mean, so I agree with the end of your statement, and I don't think that it's impossible that he's not on whatever like the Epstein list might be, which, maybe less of like a literal list with a bunch of people's names, or like maybe we're not just talking about flight logs, but Epstein's list is really like shorthand for the evidence that you have, and just coming forth with it. So I just wouldn't be willing to boldly make that claim. I think you're making a little bit of a bold claim without enough information, as far as to say that you don't think he's on the list. Just like I wouldn't say definitively that he's on the list. I think we are coming to agreement, though, after that statement, and we're in full agreement where he's definitely covering it up. And I remember, like I said, on Lex Friedman, where he does say something along those lines, where he asks about it and he's not fully committal. He says like, oh, I don't remember. I don't want to misrepresent what he says, but you are correct. I do know that you're correct, that he doesn't say outright. And then he says like the JFK thing, like everybody's dead or whatever, so he'd be willing to release that. So I just don't think that's good reasoning. I don't think that's good reasoning when we're talking about, these people are kid fuckers, and they directly have their hands in whether it be giant industries that affect people's lives, or whether it be directly involved in the government. And then Sandor says, yeah, I think we're being led blindly into AI. 100% agree with that, by the way. So when things inevitably go to shit, they'll give a solution. This is another form of control, and the people will go for it. Yeah, that's a great point. I actually wasn't really thinking about it in that way. So that's an amazing point. As far as like, I guess I wasn't taking it to its full conclusion. I'm kind of really anxious about the whole idea of AI and how uncontrolled and kind of unprepared it seems like our government specifically is, but then kind of also seems like the world is really unprepared and not openly discussing what that will mean for these huge civilizations or huge societies. So I think it's I don't know. We got to see how that is going to play out. I think your point is interesting, though, to say that, and probably actually correct. I'm thinking about it. It's just like what you're saying. Like, I'm almost like not giving them enough credit. I'm treating them as too dumb. And I'm like, oh, well, what the fuck? They're just so focused in this, and not even dumb, but just such insidious cunts, and dumb because they're not thinking ahead enough. But I'm thinking they're just focused on getting it while it's good, just sucking every bit of wealth out of the country that they can while they still can, and they're not planning for that. But I think what you're saying here is probably more likely in that, you know, they are planning for that, and things will get real dicey for people, and then, you know, the government will swoop in last minute with this great solution that people will feel like they have no other option than to accept. I mean, that's New World Order shit you're talking about right there. I mean, to a T. I mean, that is, yeah, 100%. So Epstein and Diddy look like roommates. Yeah, well, Diddy, looks like Diddy's going to be let go eventually, but I mean, that's an interesting thing too. It is the kind of the story's parallel in a lot of ways. It's interesting how this Diddy story though is kind of wrapping up, obviously compared to the Epstein shit. Maybe Epstein should have just stuck it out. He kind of fucked up by killing himself. Don't go over there unless you want some strange shit to happen to you. Yeah, I don't think I think I'm safe as far as like, I just would never associate with fucking people like that, to be completely honest. They already just give me the heebs as far as like what they're all about. Paul, gotta go, but I want to say I can understand being a Republican, but I cannot understand supporting Trump and or any of these MAGA politicians. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. That's well said. You know, I think that, you know, with as far as like being a Republican and just having a more conservative ideology, less big government, more, you know, like the general kind of like ideology, generic ideology, I think is absolutely understandable. And you can see how somebody can come to that conclusion. But I think it is definitely harder to, I mean, when you see just what the administration has already been involved in, and then you see really the willingness of the followers of MAGA and like the people that we're hoping to lead, and even if they're of the same party, to still protect the sanctity of the fucking Constitution and protect the well-being. Like when we're talking about things like Medicare, and you have people that are, or Medicaid, then people are like, a lot of Republicans going into this are like, hey, that's something that we will not budge on. We will not budge on. And then, I mean, here we are. Jimmy Dore was a big lefty. Yeah, okay. He advocated hard for AOC, brought her on before she was elected. He's changed his opinions now. He's no Trumper though. Yeah, I'm open-minded, brother. I'll definitely, and especially with like, I find you to be extremely reasonable. So I mean, I'll take your word for it, and I'll check out some of his shows. I think somebody who is of a more left-leaning, but maybe like feels like they're more of an independent. I mean, it's kind of like where I feel like I land as well. So I mean, I'm sure a lot of his points of view will resonate with me. I'm curious how his opinions have changed. No, I don't have access. Oh man, I was thinking of getting Netflix again for access to the WWE. Yeah, brother, I already had Netflix. I was actually the opposite. So I'm a cable cutter. So I didn't have, I haven't had cable for years. So that's another reason why I really wasn't watching wrestling, because it was a pain in the ass to get access to it. I did have the WWE network, but it was never on there. They would put the pay-per-views on there. So sometimes I would watch the pay-per-views, but yeah, now that it's on Netflix, it's actually made it easier from my perspective because I didn't have cable. So that's really what got me watching it consistently again. But even before then, I was locked in for the pay-per-view events and stuff. But now, thankfully, every Monday I get to watch it without having to do anything illegal. And yeah, you gotta love it. But I probably still will. I'll have to fire it up, brother. Shit, I'll fire it up and let you know what happens. And then you can yeah, and the WWE, so they're kind of actually limited though, just a heads up. This probably will change as their deal with Netflix becomes more I don't know, robust, because right now they have their pay-per-view deal is through Peacock. I don't know if this works differently where you're at. So correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it's like all on the same networks and stuff, but I know it's you guys don't have the same networks as far as television goes. So I'm curious as far as like the pay-per-views. Is there any other way to watch them other than Peacock? But here, so I have Peacock and I have Netflix. So I'm thinking that they're going to slowly get rid of Peacock and they're going to move everything over to Netflix or maybe even Hulu, because I saw they had SmackDown on there or some shit. So it'll be interesting to see. But as of right now, just a heads up before you get Netflix thinking that they're going to have a ton of WWE content, they do have some like they have like a thing called WWE Vault, and you can go back and see some shit. But most of the WWE content is actually on Peacock, so you can like go see almost any pay-per-view in WWE or WCW history on Peacock. So if you're interested in kind of seeing some of the old classics, which is another thing I was thinking about doing, by the way, is watching some of the old pay-per-views and kind of breaking them down and talking about them just because they're funny. So let's see here. It's a short list for pizza and Pizzagate, and Diddy telling his to get rid of all the pizza boxes. So probably son right there. Diddy telling his son to get rid of all the pizza boxes. All that seems intertwined to me. Oh, I'd listen. Oh yeah, I know where you're at, brother. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to bring it up again since now that I know. In case you didn't want that out for the audience. Now we're on the same page, so I don't have to mention where you're at every time. But I mean, I don't mind mentioning it. So to engage with this, Jay. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I remember back in the day reading some about Pizzagate, and some of it seeming like specifically like the pizza place in DC, that it might be some shenanigans. I remember the guy breaking in there. I don't remember the details super clearly though of that, but I do remember the emails being really sketchy. So the actual Pizzagate and like the situation where like the dude bumped in with ran in with a gun and shit, and he was like, show me where the fucking kids are at. That doesn't necessarily, because they didn't find the kids or whatever happened, doesn't mean that there were never kids there, or that that wasn't the place that they met or whatever. Like I said, I'm not really clear on this, so I can't speak too in depth. And if you want to get in the comments, you can let me know or educate me on any of the specifics that I'm missing there. But I don't remember that being super verified. And then, but like I said, the emails back and forth about hot dogs and pizzas and shit like that, that is absolutely fair to point at and say that, you know, maybe there's more to that. But I mean, we have to really dig into it. We have to trust that the people that are looking into it. The thing is, Sandor, you might have said it yesterday, and this is the issue with the Gaza conflict. It's like we have the people accused. We have the people accused investigating themselves, and they're coming back and telling us they didn't find anything. I mean, holy moly. Sandor, we get everything WWE live through Netflix, I believe. We don't have to. Oh, okay. Well, shit, that's awesome. Yeah, that's all. Then that's great. Shit, definitely. It's definitely worth it then. If you get all the other shit, then I mean, I know. So here, Netflix, I think it's like damn near $30 now. It is expensive as hell. But that's how they snuck you in. That's how they snuck it in. They fucking Trojan horsed us. But yeah, the here it's very limited. There's a few WWE shows, but I mean less than like 5 WWE options. But then, like I said, they have more options within that. They'll have like seasons and stuff. And there's one thing where I think Big E is giving you like a breakdown of like the greatest matches. That shit I'm not as interested in watching as much, to be honest. But I love the live events, man. And I tried to watch them live because that's something that I miss. As a kid, I remember looking forward to some shit that was going to happen live and then feeling like I was experiencing it with the world in a way. But in WWE was like that every fucking week. So I just appreciate it from that angle. You know, it's just something that I feel like, you know, everybody that loves it, we're all, you know, we're all turning it on to cheer for our fucking favorite imaginary fighter. Pizzagate seemed absurd, but now, yeah, 100%. I'm in the same position as you, Sandor. 100%. Pizzagate seemed absurd, but now after all the latest stuff, who knows? Yeah, and that's the problem, man. When you can't trust these people that are operating and bringing you, saying that they're investigating this or that, it's like you have everything is up for question. Anything you ever told me is up for question. If you would cover up this, so absolutely fair. And I'm in that same exact boat. Sandor says some of the claims about Pizzagate just seem too crazy. I'm sure the latest Royal Rumble pay-per-view was live on there. Yeah, the as far as the Pizzagate goes though, yeah, I got to dig back into it. I got to refresh my memory. I read a decent amount of it a couple years ago. Like I said, once again, like I was having like some debates around some of these topics and things. So I was really entrenched in some of that info. But now it's just not as clear to me. I've smoked it out of my brain, thankfully. Thankfully, I've smoked fucking Biden, Hunter Biden's laptop out of my brain. That's what he was trying to do. God bless him. Let that man smoke crack in peace. Yeah, brother. I say fuck. And also, I'm glad you mentioned Royal Rumble. You let me know what your favorite pay-per-view is. For me, growing up, was always the Royal Rumble, brother. I love that shit. 30 men in the ring at once. One man left standing. I love that shit. Come on. Going to WrestleMania? Hell yeah. No, so definitely let me know, brother. What's your favorite pay-per-view? Because there's an argument for a few. Money in the Bank. That came along a little bit later. You know, I was still, I don't know how old I was. I was probably like maybe a teenager or something when they started doing the Money in the Bank match. But that shit was always excellent. Fucking Shelton Benjamin changing the game in those matches. Fucking underrated, fucking beautiful wrestler. When he had run up the fucking ladders, that shit was fucking mind blowing. I was like, he's a fucking Jedi when he did that shit. In the Bank, shorty, what you think? Hell yeah, a little scrappy, I believe. Classic. That's another thing I remember from my childhood, coming home and watching 106 at Park, Money in the Bank. Fucking that probably was top spot for about 10 weeks straight. Shit was a fucking banger. Sounds like a underground prostitution, sex trafficking, drug getting service for. I mean, it's totally fair. Like I want to refresh myself on some of the details around it. But yeah, I mean, to Sandor's point, where he's like, you know, it seems crazy because I mean, to a normal human's fucking brain who just goes and works their ass off for a living and you know does whatever they do, fucking comes home and cuts on the fucking PlayStation. It's kind of hard to even imagine that people are using their spare time emailing back and forth, placing orders for little boy cock and fucking little girls. So yeah, it's just hard to even imagine that and also people at that scale, people like, I mean, you're talking about at that point, you know, Obama president at that point, connected all the way potentially what we're talking about now to the president. What, 10 years later? We still got a president connected to this same kind of, you know, fuckery. So it's like we haven't been able to break away from it, not once. The hold on our government is that tight by these fucking pedophile cults. I don't know. We definitely got to get together, by the way, Sandra. You mentioned the fucking Discord. I'm thinking that's got to happen, brother. We got to get in there. I fell off WWE hard. Was too expensive to watch over here. I don't have a specific favorite pay-per-view, but I did love Michaels versus Taker 25. And 20, hell yeah. Also the Hart versus Michaels before that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. The Shawn Michaels and Undertaker matches are fucking classic. I'll say another Undertaker match that sticks out in my brain vividly, and I guess I can't say this without sounding biased because I already told you this, but Randy Orton, Undertaker, one of the greatest fucking WrestleMania matches of all time. Randy Orton had him in the tombstone. Like it falls back. Undertaker puts his ass in the fucking. Oh shit! Yeah, I just made a mess. Drops his fucking head on his fucking head into the mat, and beautiful. Bray Wyatt, yeah. Shout out to Bray Wyatt, man. Mankind classic, another classic Randy Orton match. I hate to say it, but goddamn, Randy Orton was a man, brother. I'm sorry. But yeah, his match with Randy Orton at Backlash, fucking classic. Bray Wyatt went to Troy. Okay, when I did, that's cool. He was my friend's roommate before he went big. Yeah, his dad. I wonder how he was back then. Rest in peace to Bray Wyatt. He was an offensive lineman. Yeah, I think when he came in the WWE, his name was like Husky Harris or something. He had another gimmick that he was running with before he ended up, you know, finding himself with the whole Bray Wyatt, whatever it was at first, like Lord of the fucking Fireflies shit that he had going on. But no, I love and appreciate Bray Wyatt. He's a rare talent because he really tapped into that. I don't know, kind of like the cinematic, artsy kind of thing with wrestling. I mean, I've gotten my woman into wrestling, and she fucking thought I was fucking brain dead when I told her, like, oh, yeah, I used to watch this when I was a kid and all that. you just got to give it a fair chance. You need to know how you're watching it. You know, it's like a good wine. If you just chug the wine, you're like, okay, you didn't even get what was good about that. Wine, I mean, with WWE or wrestling in general, you have to either you have to be a kid and believe that these fucking guys these fucking bodybuilders are for real fist fighting. Then it sells itself and it's fucking great. But as an adult, the magic can still be alive and you can still love it if you just appreciate it as a performance, whether it be a comedic performance or whether it be doing something else. But there's a true art form like taking place in front of you if you really appreciate it like that. I mean, and like I said, I'm a little bit of an artsy guy. I like fucking stage plays and shit. So it's like I can get into that. But like I said, if you really appreciate it from a performance aspect and just the absurdity of the performance, you know, there's a lot to appreciate. Also, if you get high as hell, and you watch wrestling, it's like you'll laugh. Throw it off the cage, baby, or sell. Hell yeah, fucking. And that's a spot that many other men had to do since then. Fucking Shane McMahon taking the fucking header off the cage. Not like his mantra. And then Randy Orton is the last of the hearts. Yeah, hey, for sure, brother. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, for sure. He is I mean, just with his coming up, the whole legend killer gimmick, it was just hit at the right time. And I was like, hell yeah, he's disrespectful. Fuck old people. Fuck your elders. I don't give a shit. Spit in his face. Harley Race, you didn't do anything. But no, I love that. Yeah, he was just great. I always typically liked the heels. I preferred the heels. I think there's just something about that it's just more interesting. I'm trying to think as far as like in his era, but I think that's a good way to put it. As far as like he was a real old school wrestler and came from that kind of cloth, so I think that's fair. I can't believe Bray Wyatt died. 100%. Yeah, that was one of the and that was similar to the. I want to compare it to Chadwick Boseman because that was so fucking sad too. We don't want to make this stream just a fucking crying stream about guys we never. Well, I mean, I guess Jay, you might have met Bray Wyatt, but don't make me shed a tear for a motherfucker I never met. But yeah, the Bray Wyatt shit, because he was on that Raw 30 episode, and you know, I don't know if he like. I mean, I didn't notice anything, but I mean, I'm not necessarily like looking at people like, is he healthy? Is he sick? So I didn't really notice anything off necessarily, aside from just it was like a somber kind of return, and he had a moment with the Undertaker, I think, on that show. But yeah, I was fully expecting he was going to come back and we were going to have many, many years of Bray Wyatt. So that was a tough one for sure. And then we had WWE is about getting into the stories and the psychology, going along for the ride and surprises. Absolutely agree. I mean, and that's why one of the big things, obviously, recently that they've done was make John Cena a heel. I love that they did that because there was obviously a wide open runway for him to come back and just promote his fucking movies for a year. Do a goodbye tour where everybody does, you know, which he was getting for a portion of it, where people, you know, we love you, Cena, thank you, Cena, all that kind of shit. They could have happily rode that out, sold a shit ton of merchandise for a whole year, you know, doing the same thing they're doing currently, where it's like, you know, they have the whole themed John Cena shirts. This is the last time, all that kind of shit. They could have just sold out everywhere they fucking went with that. And like I said, just had him go out to the ring and just get showered with admiration. Thank you, Cena. Thank you, Cena. But they said, fuck that. And this is the new WWE, because I kind of don't have the same faith with the WWE of like 7 years ago or so. They probably would have just taken the money and taken the easy route, all that. But the WWE of the present, which has a lot of, you know, I think old school, thankfully still old school minded wrestlers, like as far as like just Triple H, The Rock, and, you know, several other people that work backstage, that are involved with the production of wrestling. You know, they were wrestlers from the 80s and the 90s, the golden era of wrestling. So I think they have a decent idea of what the people want and what they're looking for. So I'm just elated with the fact that they were willing to bring him back and then allow him to turn heel in the way that he did. I do think some of his promos to start out though were just fucking cringe and god awful. Where he's like, "This is an abusive relationship." Like, stop doing that, John. If I was one of his writers, I'd say never say that shit ever again. You sound like a bitch. WWE is your version of the trash that women watch. No, yeah, our version. Thank you, brother. You didn't leave me alone in that. No, but 100%. Just throw in a couple of fights there. Some seduction of scantily clad women, and then we're in. I agree. Yes, it's just a suspension and just being willing to go along for the ride. That's exactly the perfect way to put it. So I would suggest more people give it a second shot. I think if ever it was your shit and ever made you just feel excited and whatever. I mean, like how I was growing up, I was fucking heavy. I was in there every single fucking week watching WWE. So it's like it's sad to even think I spent time away from it in a way. I love it. My poor brothers, the back problems they still have today, which they blame on the fucking jobs that they work. You fools. It came from being fucking body slammed onto the ground, you fucking idiots. As you were fucking growing, as growing children, your ass was getting fucking pedigreed through the fucking ground. Oh my God, I don't know why, but every time I wake up and my neck hurts. I know it's not how I'm sleeping. No, it's because your older brother was RKing the shit out of you. Putting you down for the fucking 1, 2, 3. What do you mean? Yes. And yes, we use weapons sometimes. Yes, I lie, cheat, and I steal. God damn it. If the championship belt was in my fucking goddamn arm's reach, I was grabbing it and I was slamming it upside the head with it. You get your live events like, wow, that's crazy. Okay. I had no idea that was even a thing back in the day. 6 weeks later, that's fucking nuts. So it's like, how do you avoid this like spoiler? What's even the point? If you tune into Raw, I assume you guys got to see like Raw the next night, like normal. So, or I mean, whenever it would have been, not night for you guys probably. So it's like, that's interesting. I literally, because like I don't even understand what the point of that would be, and why would it take so long? Fucking make available. Thank you for that. But okay, by the way, I do have one more video to play before we pop out of here. My woman came through here and she's smelling lovely. Yes, it's very nice. Those products are producting right now in your hair. Curls are bouncy. They would show WCW. WWE was strictly cable. Oh, wow. Dude, we could watch Raw, Nitro, and all of those SmackDowns and whatever on Sundays. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna probably a buddy of mine told me you can get all the TNA matches and shit, or all the TNA shows on YouTube, I think. So that might not be the case for much longer because I think the WWE bought TNA, but yeah, I'd love to get on here and just like kind of talk about those and revisit those. TNA underappreciated. I remember back in the day, you just think like TNA were just fucking, I'm just being ungrateful. I'm like, fuck these old motherfuckers and they fucking can barely move in the ring. Why do I gotta watch this instead of WWE? And then now I look back on it, I'm like, damn, Kurt Angle was still in his fucking prime. I saw Kurt Angle talking about it. He's like, bro, Kurt Angle said, I want to say he said he only spent like 5 years or something like that in the WWE. He spent more of his career in TNA than the WWE, which seems like not even possible. No, I'm with you on that. Bet we could only get events after they were released at Blockbuster. Oh, okay, yeah. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, I never actually got them from Blockbuster. There's a few times I still have the DVDs of some of those pay-per-views back in the day. I got like 07 Vengeance with fucking Undertaker on the cover. I got a few of them. I got WrestleMania 20 for sure, which actually, by the way, a little tidbit, the WrestleMania 20, I was talking to my woman about this recently. I was like, damn, we might have a little bit of an archive because I have the DVD. So if what I've heard is correct, I believe on Peacock, when you watch WrestleMania 20, they've edited out the part where Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit, they both come out after winning their matches, and they like embrace in the ring, and they walk around the ring, confetti falls, and all this shit. I actually watched that one live. It was pretty epic. But I believe, correct me if I'm wrong if anybody knows, but that they edited that part out of, or edited around it or whatever, to like limit the amount of times you see Chris Benoit, or is Chris Benoit's match even in it? I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little bit talking out my ass because I did read this or hear like a wrestling commentator talk about it, but I just put 2 and 2 together because I found it in my garage. I'm like, damn, so I have this with the Family Annihilator on it. I have the Family Annihilator version of WrestleMania 20. Incredible. Yeah, same here, Jay. Very cool. Yeah, Jay, good people, my brother. ECW is the shit as well. Although I didn't really get, I wasn't as tapped in with the original ECW, to be honest. I was still a little young. So yeah, kind of missed out on that era, but I'm aware, just as like an educated wrestling fan and somebody that appreciates it. And then obviously I saw the later incarnations of ECW. Specifically in WWE, although I may have seen some ECW like when I was really young, but NWO, Wolfpack, Austin vs. Taker, Kane, Paul Bearer, just all the fucking classics. Hell yeah. NWO is the shit. Wolfpack. I remember on wrestling game on fucking WCW wrestling game on Nintendo 64. Shit was fucking crack. And rocking with Rey Mysterio Jr. all day long. By the way, we don't have to get into this, but just a random wrestling fact. I don't know if I told you boys, Rey Mysterio killed a guy on accident. I found that out recently. Rey Mysterio killed a man in the wrestling ring. Like, actually did it. This is not a work. I'm saying he killed a man. The man is in the ground after wrestling him. So for all that shit Vince McMahon was talking, Rey Mysterio could never be a champion. Nobody's going to believe a little guy like him could be a champion. He killed a man. I remember hearing about Warrior fighting Hogan at Halloween Havoc and couldn't wait for the VHS. And the match sucked. Bro, being in your, I'd salute you as a wrestling fan. Because that would just piss me off. Have to hear about a match then literally fucking waiting around for weeks. That's fucking crazy. But I don't know. Maybe it just had its own kind of like mystery and allure to it, you know? So I'm speaking from a place of ignorance there. I haven't really watched since, but those were the days. Everybody watched wrestling every damn body. Get that Hogan shirt at Walmart. And then Sandor says, I just bought the ECW pack for 2K24. I hate having to 100% buy additional wrestlers. Totally agree, bro. It pisses me off. I have 2K25, I think. I have both of them though, so I have to download 24 if there's anything that we could do on there really that is fun. I don't know how the whole online works thing with wrestling. I haven't done it, but I hate that as well. Like right now, I like Penta. Penta's my guy, and as far as like newer wrestlers, I fuck with Penta heavy, and he's not in 2K25. It's like fucking just put his ass in the game, please. You know, one, a lot of times they do this bullshit where they'll even not put wrestlers in the game that were already clearly actively wrestlers. Now, Penta, I don't know, maybe the timeline on that was a little difficult. I'll give them that. But there's other people they don't have the same excuse for that they'll end up putting out in packs and all this bullshit. So, of course, yeah, give me the fucking roster. If you want to make me buy something, make me buy the extra fucking outfits that they wear and shit, I guess. Still, I think like you can respect the audience and kind of throw some of those in for free. Am I right? The game's already fucking $70 goddamn dollars. It's like, it's not like it's cheap. So, but yeah, I hear you on that. The bro, my stepdad sent and rented the VHS. He wouldn't let me watch it until he got back home. He was gone like 8 hours. That was a long day. Yeah. That's funny. Hey, but you know, at least he was trying to do something with you there. That's awesome. Those are. I remember my dad just being like, "This is fucking stupid." I'd be watching it with my brothers. He'd be like, "You guys are all fucking retarded. Why are you sitting around watching this fucking fake shit?" Yeah. Either way, here I am. Still talking about it. I hope you're proud. I'm like one of those fucking girls who grow up to be a porn star, but instead I'm just talking about wrestling online. Is your fucking dad proud of you? Maybe not. Maybe not, but Randy Orton was the fucking shit. Off the top rope, goddamn. No, but NBA, WWE 2K though, it's legit. I mean, with video games though, I feel like I really am not impressed by the progression that we've made in a lot of ways. It's like, how much different is WWE 2K? In all honesty, how much different is that compared to fucking SmackDown vs. Raw, for example? Like the graphics are better, yes, but like for the amount of time that has passed, has the graphics actually, like the disparity between graphics then and now, is it enough to really say like they've done enough? I mean, I need back pain. He was a big Warrior fan like me. Oh hell yeah, I'm not an Ultimate Warrior fan now though. Too many shoot interviews spilling tea about, yeah, definitely. I mean, basically, he was a piece of shit, basically, is what they say. I mean, he's one person that died, and then people still are just like, yep, no, just fucking horrible. Which I'm not saying that. I mean, I don't know, but it's just crazy to see, like, a lot of these wrestlers, like, when they do interviews and stuff, and they mention them, they're just like, yeah, unprofessional drug addict. But at the time, he captured the imagination of the people, so I get it. You were actually there. I got to salute it. It's just a roster update and minor tweaks. No, you are right. Except I think it was 2K24 where they brought back GM mode. That was something that I really enjoyed from some of the older titles. And then, yeah, I don't remember what I bought. I think maybe it was one Stone Cold on. There's one WWE that I bought, and then they didn't have that mode recently, like over the past like 5 years, and I was like, God damn, I don't want to just sit there and continue to do play now. In the universe, I just don't get into as much because, like I said, I feel like I just haven't been patient enough to really understand how to manipulate it and work it. And then also you get kind of like the fucking dumb instant gratification from. Oh, thank you. The dumb instant gratification from the GM mode where it's like, you got fucking 3 stars, and you're just like, yeah, I did it, 3 stars. And like, and they just like move on. It's like, what did that even mean? Either way, that's me. It's just a roster update. Yeah, but I completely agree. For the most part, that is the case. There's some new matches. Like they do stuff like, but I guess that's minor tweaks. As far as like adding some matches, I think this year they added the casket match by the guy. And these are also all things that they've added and taken away. Like, stop taking fucking good shit away and giving it back to us like it's something new. Fucking nice fucking try. It's hard to like him when you know he had disdain for the fans. Yeah, I don't know like the specifics. I have seen a few interviews where people have, like I said, like not really remembered him very fondly. But yeah, did he hate the wrestling fans? Did he think that he was did he think he had better things on the horizon? It's hard not to, yeah. And then I made a CAW for my universe yesterday. I started just using him. Okay. So that means CAW is created wrestler, right? I'm assuming. But yeah, that's tough. I mean, I've had some actually on one of the games I had a pretty sick wrestler, I'm not gonna lie. I took some time and put them together. And I even asked my woman's opinion on him. My daughter, I'm like, hey, do you think this guy looks cool? It's a better story in career mode than it's a better story in career mode than the career mode, in my opinion. He was 100% business, didn't care for the business or culture. Okay. So it's just like a stepping stone for him. Like, I want to be a bodybuilder. I don't want to get a regular job type shit. I feel him though. I do feel him on that. But at the same time, like, there's just so much passion in wrestling. You got to stop. But to be fair, we've seen a lot of those people. Epstein never existed. Yeah, no, that's fair. It feels like that. It feels like it was all a dream. We talked about that a little bit earlier. We brought up the I don't know if you saw like the Ben Shapiro video. We saw this video, by the way, where Pierce Morgan was talking to Epstein's brother, and Epstein's brother straight up, in my opinion, my understanding what he was saying, he was trying to kind of suggest that Donald Trump was involved in the actual business dealings like that. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Oh shit, M is here. Hell yeah. Now our boy M pulling through. Much love. I got started a little later than I was expecting, to be honest. So I mean, M been following me into various streams. I think he might be Mossad. Oh no. Yeah, I gotta see what other kind of streams you guys are rocking with, man. Let's get some cross promotion and stuff. I'd love to anybody that you guys enjoy or like, I might also enjoy watching. But no, M, fucking with you heavy, brother. Thank you for tuning in here. We're actually, we have one more video that I was about to watch. We did stop disappointing me. Thank you. Well, stop disappointing me. Come gas me. Fucking God. Man wants to be, you want to be chained to the wall. You want to be chained to the wall and kissed. Oh, actually, that fucking reminds me. Hey, I got a good video. I'm glad I forgot about this until right now, because this would have been a shame if I didn't fucking play this. So here's a little, just a fun video I found on Instagram. You guys let me know if this is anti-Semitic, if I need to edit this out of the fucking podcast. I might have to. Yeah, we went straight from talking about people fucking kids to people inspiring them. People inspiring them. We preferred the conversation about the muscular men inspiring the kids rather than the disgusting fucking lizard folk trying to fuck them. So, but unfortunately, I will, just because you're here, M, and you let us know what you're here for, you know, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm glad I actually accidentally saved this, and everything happens for a reason. Here we go.
Oh God, oy vey. Hey, oh God, oh God, oy vey. All lies, honey, everything you say. DTJ, what the heck? You were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump, and the J is for Jewish. Oy vey. Starting wars at a threaten our troops. Fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu. Guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump, and the J is for Jewish. Oy vey. Donnie the imposter, blame it on the quarterback and threw away the roster. Making all the miling trips, you must think you a roster. Started out with MAGA, now it's turning into Mazda. Dancing for them dollars, stripping down for Gaza. All them empty promises, think he worse than the Schwarzer. Whoops, I'm in Obama. Yeah, Barack was strange, but the Donald and his owners want a different type of change. Dreidel, they gon' mold him like he clay. While they spinning it, spitting it back at our face. Let us pray. Oh God, oh God, oy vey. All lies down here.
That's only verse 1. Yeah, AI is getting scary. Listen, you just have to accept there's no being a public figure in this world anymore without the potential for a video of you kissing a man being very possible. I don't want to challenge anybody out there right now with me being on camera, but the only way that I could see you even possibly being safe is never being on camera with another man at the same time. If there's a picture of you two together, the internet can make you kiss and do whatever the fuck else they want. And Ghislaine Maxwell was, which by the way, Ghislaine back in the day looking like a baddie in that the AI version of Ghislaine Maxwell, like, bravo.
Everything you say, DTJ, what the heck? You were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump, and the J is for Jewish. Starting wars at a 39 Jews. Fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu. Guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump, and the J is for Jewish. All of these mistakes he made, I had had to make a list. Yeah, never mind, I realized that the list does not exist. Okay, cool, everyone chill, back in position. Jews in the kitchen is only tradition. The money that's missing is part of the mission. We in a transition, so work on your Yiddish. We'll keep all the immigrants just like the British. Got the commissioner gassing me up, I just make sure to put back the pump when I'm finished. Put out the tapes and they miss in a minute. I'm sorry, Joe Rogan, I promise I'm different. I'm just an apprentice, despite all my riches. I guess I'm just any other politician. Dreidel, dreidel, they gon' mold them like he played. While they spinning it, spinning it, spinning it, spinning it, spinning it back in our face. Let us pray. Oh God, oh God, oy vey, all eyes on everything you say. DTJ, what the heck you were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish. Starting wars that have been our troops. Fell in love with his blood, but in Netanyahu, guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish.
He's going crazy on the wall. Man was going crazy with his tongue on the wall. Let's run that back one time. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm sorry we gotta rewind it back on the, you know, middle-aged men going in for the tongue thrust. But they had a little baddie on the left, and they decided all they could use her for was the fucking honeypot children. You sick fucks. You had a sick fucking four-way right there. You could have just left it there. You know what I mean? AI was about to make it happen. You guys should have just left it fucking there. But instead, no. Here we are. We're fucking covering up fucking pedo rings. Oscar Nazi movies. That's how they trap you. I think well, we talked about it earlier. I didn't show you guys a picture. I just referenced this thing that I saw on Twitter of they're talking about Kash Patel covered up for the Epstein list, and they showed a picture of his wife being like this, I mean, ridiculous looking Israel lady. I mean, come on, good God, get that woman out the military. What the fuck is going on? Please have a Spotify release. Yeah, I'll have to see the I don't know who the fuck. Like I said, that was something that I found on Twitter, so I can't claim that, but I will I'll have to double back. Which actually here I can, let's show some love in case you want to find the video or like the guy that did it. It was this Crack Amico guy. They went crazy. That's what I'm saying. It was actually legitimately, it was too good to not play. And I'm way past. I'm in enemy territory as far as like I'm in anti-Semite land, and I know that. You know, and I know that, and all I can tell you guys is that I'm not that. Okay, and you just got to trust me based off all the other things that I've said, that I'm not like a stone cold anti-Semite. If a Jew is not involved in fucking genocide, you know what I'm saying? Let's not say the full word like Sandor said. I got no problem with that. I mean, if you're simply just like fucking over rappers and putting them in bad contracts or some shit, then yeah, I would say like, you know, not cool. And like, you might piss some people off with that. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to be an anti-Semite about that. I'm not going to play this fucking song because, you know, you put Whitney Houston in a fucking 360 contract and she's getting no money from her performances. I'm just going to disagree with your business practices and talk about how maybe they're predatory, but you know, this is just a whole nother level. When you do some crazy shit like this, you get fucking Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu swapping tongues, and you get Trump tonguing down the sacred wall. Which honestly, that part might have not been AI. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it wasn't, but yeah, we definitely need the Spotify release. We need to make that go global. Sandor Clegane says, you got Mossad's attention. Yeah, I think I'm already probably on their list for sure. I'm gonna get the little fucking button for, you know, like my sit in politic buttons over here.
Sit in politic.
I'm gonna get a one that has Jericho saying you just made the list. That's got to happen. But I'm definitely on the radar. Well, technically, a Palestinian is a Semite, so we're pro-Semite. Yeah, hey, fucking wow, love that. That's a fucking that's a high IQ take. Holy shit, we were talking about wrestling earlier. You just put anti-Semitism into a fucking crippler's crossface. Let's see here. Sandor, I love Jews. I love the FBI as well, and CIA, Donald Trump, all of it. Don't deport me. I mean, Sandor, at least you don't have to worry about getting deported by these motherfuckers. If they ask me where I want to go, I'm telling them New Zealand. All right, so you're gonna have to find me there. I don't know how I'm gonna get a hold of you, but come on. You made a good point. Yes, I hope everyone is always legal and lawful all of the time, forever. And the Jews rock it before. Yeah, that's how you got to slip it. That's how you got to slide it to BB Netanyahu on a fucking USB drive and have them plug that in and fucking blackout to the state of Israel. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding on that. It says it made a good point. Yeah, M's on fire. This is actually a great point. M is absolutely on fire. And it's like, get out of that one. And honestly, that needs to be said more. And if you see me on here saying that, I'm going to try to give credit to you. Just the mysterious M. You're my M. And you know, like I don't know if you were in here, but I'll just, my name's James, by the way. James Bond, damn near. Because you're M. And I'm him. So we're together on this. And I think, yeah, that's a great point. So if you ever see me making that point, I'm going to try to give you full credit on that. But it's like, get out of that stranglehold. Fucking crybabies. And then I could wind up at a black site, getting waterboarded. Oh yeah, sure. Honestly, they could just come to your country and just say, "Hey, we're taking them." They'll at least kick me out of the country and just hope that I fucking die off somewhere in some hole. But they'll just come to your country and just be like, "We got to put them. We got to put them somewhere." So they're most likely they're gonna be like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, whatever the fuck you need to do. Just make sure you don't leak any of our names." If the account may be compromised. Yeah, no, after that, they're hitting your house directly with the EMP. There's no fucking way. Oh yeah, no, you've already played it out. You've done the Doctor Strange fucking 5,000 different fucking a million different fucking possibilities. And that's the response. That's the next response every single time. Oh, so you support the fucking country of Iran? No, I don't want to bomb them. No, I don't want to bomb them. I don't want my children and fucking possibly me conscripted into some fucking military war about a fucking war that's happening on the other side of the world. And differences that are happening on the other side of the world, for God's sake. That's my belief. The Palestinians are the Jews. Yeah, hey, from back in the day. Many went Christian and Muslim and Ashkenazi from Europe. That's why it's illegal to take DNA tests in Israel. Oh, unless court ordered. Fucking damn it. Really? That's why it's illegal to take a DNA test in Israel. So you for yourself, that is extremely interesting. Oh. If you know, hop in the comments and let me know, like, as far as the specifics on that. I might even like look that up here in a second after I'm done doing this. But that's really interesting. Christian, many went Christian and Muslim, Ashkenazi from Europe. Yeah, I mean, this is something I also kind of had a debate a couple years ago with somebody about. It was like a Hebrew Israelite fucking debate, and where I think there's a lot of like crazy gish galloping that goes on in those conversations, and they just start to bring up all kinds of shit that's not even fucking related. And next thing you know, you're standing in front of a black man that's telling you that Thomas Edison was black. It's like, which God bless him, you know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck did we do right? There was a graph. There was a graph once with all the various groups from 2,000 years ago where all of them went. It's fascinating. Yeah. Let's see here. Hey, our countries are all part of the Five Eyes. Look it up. 100% factual. Illegal. Oh, okay. There are ways around it, but yes, illegal. Interesting. Well, no, I honestly, I'll look it up right now. Now my hands are free. So I just need to finish that. And then I got this video to watch. It is a Pierce Morgan. We're going to talk about Superman just because I've been putting it off for a little bit. So I do want to talk about that while others are still thinking that it's something to talk about, I guess. And then, yeah, let's look at this fucking, let's just get into it. Like, we're already banned probably in every country but Russia at this point. Oh no spoilers, brother. I haven't seen it. We're just gonna talk about people being mad about people calling him an immigrant. So definitely no spoilers on my end. I'm excited to see it, and I was gonna kind of preface the discussion anyways with saying like I haven't seen the Superman movie, so I'm not speaking from a place of like knowing actually how the filmmakers, James Gunn and them, went about kind of handling the topic. I have seen like the reviews and things like that. And then I just generally have an opinion on people having an opinion about where they're taking the story. So we'll talk about that. How you been? It's been a minute. Yes, sir, man. I've been great. It's great to see you, Birdman. I just haven't been as consistent, but I've still been streaming over the past like 2 months or so, I guess I would say. And yeah, just getting back into the swing of it. I got my garage kind of set up where I have the studio set up, and I have it set up in a way that's just easier for me to get out here and do. We're talking about selling the house, so we had a lot of stuff out here at for a while where we were prepping the inside of the house to be sold and stuff like that. So now that it's good out there, now out here is a little bit more cleared out. So I can get back to what I was doing. It's still a little bit different. Obviously, you've been watching for a long time, so you know I used to have like the table set up for the kind of debates. We'd have, you know, a few people around the table. So I got rid of the table. Now I have a desk, and I still have people come on. I've streamed a few times with like Paul has come and sat in the chair, and I had Paul and Cody come on, I think twice. So still want to incorporate people here in studio, but I also really wanted to connect with people just generally, like wherever they may be. I've been Sandor here. He's been a great viewer. He's been on here for basically this entire week every time I've streamed, and just is really engaged and really helps contribute to the conversation. So it's allowed me more to discuss things with the audience when I do get on here, rather than me having a debate with like 2 or 3 other people and the chat and stuff like that kind of falling second to that. Nice. Hope Smooth, Cracker, and Vulgar are doing well. Nice, man. I try to catch when I can. I understand it. I understand people are definitely busy. I know you're a hardworking man. And then so yeah, Smooth I've talked to, but he hasn't really hopped on these either, but I've been going late, so I don't really catch him on here. But you know, usually I'll talk to him like in the morning for just like you know, back and forth. And other than that, you know, he seems like he's doing fine. Not doing the gaming as much just because it's been hard on his hands and stuff. So he's been good. And then Cracker Vulgar, he's like collecting stuff, but he was never really into like this kind of stuff as much, or gaming. So he's just doing the same thing. He's working and being with his lady and stuff, building their life, doing their thing. And then Cracker, last I talked to him, he was actually staying with Smooth, actually. So I don't know if that's still the case, but yeah, they're all doing good, thriving in this world, you know, brother. And the Sandor here says they have a genetic information law. Okay, yeah, I need to look that up. Correct. Which locks it down so only the government can control. That's very interesting. I gotta check in with you on that as far as like what would be, it's just, I don't know. I gotta think about it more, and I gotta look into it more, just because it's like what could be the good argument for that? Like, what is the good argument? What is like the we're doing it for you argument? There's always one of those. So it's like, in that case, what would be the argument? I don't know. Birdman says, right, I know Flash is going through a time too. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, from what I understand, they're actually trying to get everything figured out on their farm to where it's a little bit easier for them. And I mean, you know, so I mean, there's only so much you can do though when you have a farm. Like, they're trying to keep up with that and do their thing. So it's tough. Oh man, arthritis in hands and gaming, bro. Getting old sucks. Arthritis in my family, big time. Yeah. Yeah, Smooth. He's dealing with something like that. So sometimes I see ahead what you guys are saying. It's funny. But yeah, 100%. He does gaming. That's Smooth Recoil. If you ever want to check him out, he does COD, mostly Call of Duty gaming, but he'll do some scary games. But yeah, I spoke to him, and he definitely his hands just they give him a hard time, specifically with Call of Duty, and that's the main thing that he was streaming. So just trying to manage that, and manage whatever kind of medication that he has access to, in the lack of that. As far as to manage that, it could be difficult. So, but 100% you're on point with that, Sandor. And who can give up the gaming though? That's what I'm saying. Just plug us in. I think you're right, Sandor. Before it was called Islam, Judaism, it was all shut down by the kings of the day. Most were wiped out in wars and captured and served the state religion. Yeah, that's definitely that's him for sure. M's account isn't compromised. I had to sell my PlayStation Portal as it was looking. What is the PlayStation due to its size? PlayStation Portal, is that the where you can play it on the move? I think the portable. I'm gonna assume I'm correct on that, but obviously you'll let me know. Thankfully, I don't have any issues with that yet. I have more issues with like my eyes, and like even here sometimes you'll see I kind of have a hard time reading what you guys are saying because it gets a little fuzzy for me after a while with like the lights and all that kind of stuff. It wears my eyes out a little bit, but it's because these prescriptions, I think, honestly, are a little off, to be honest. Fucking DEI hire of a fucking. Either way, I sorted it. So I stream my PS5 through my Stream Deck now. Portal is just streaming. Okay, yeah, I'm completely ignorant to that. I don't remember what I know the PlayStation has a portable one, but yeah, brother, I'm vibing. Feeling wonderful. What I wanted to look up. Let me actually look this up now that we're at this point. So, what was this? I think you said the 5 eyes. I'm gonna go back here and look. Sandor, I know you said it, brother. Yeah, 5 eyes. All right, are all a part of the 5 eyes. Let's check it out. 5 eyes. Let's see a fucking truth fucking social here. Share screen. All right. So the 5 Eyes is a close intelligence alliance comprising. Make sure this is. Oh, god damn it! See, it's like I share it to the screen, and then you got to go a step further than that. Then you got to come back in here, then you got to click it, and then you got to add it to the stage. So I always get to it thinking at that point, okay, it's good, and then I do the fake out. Okay, man, AI already knows everything we do online, and we're going to do. Yeah, you might as well just be upfront with the AI at least. The 5 English. Okay, nice. All right. Well, I'm about to look it up because Sandor had mentioned it, so I'm about to share it with y'all. But it sounds like Jay knows what he's talking about. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, and UK, and a pact that they all make worldly decisions together. Well, I gotta pull this down. Yeah. So I mean, you guys are already on point. Everybody in the chat already knows, but if you're watching this in the future and you maybe don't know what the 5 Eyes are, just know you got to be here with us live. Just try to be here any fucking weekday between 9 to goddamn 3 a.m. Fucking have your eyes peeled on the Sit in Politic fucking channel. I have no idea what time I'm going live in between them, but I will be trying. And you want to learn some shit? Not from me, but from the good people that were sitting here in politicking with. The good brothers Sandor and Jay in this instance, but M always coming through with some fucking crazy truth bombs. I know you had some shit you wanted me to look up the other day, and I'm still committed to doing that. So let's see if there's just anything else, any other nuggets, but they already let us know in the comments. But anybody that's watching this in the future. So the 5 Eyes is a close intelligence alliance comprising Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States. It's based on the UKUSA, UK, USA agreement, which facilitates cooperation and signals intelligence. The alliance was formed in the aftermath of World War II and has evolved to address various global security threats. Core members. The alliance consists of these 5 nations, all sharing. Okay, so same kind of thing. Cooperation. So this is just giving you a really base overview, which is fine because it's just Google. We just Googled it, but that's the general Google contest. The alliance origin we trace back to post World War II, where these nations collaborated to decipher enemy codes. Okay. So Alan Turing and shit like that. And they fucking killed his ass. We don't need to get into that. The poison apple fucking conspiracy. Okay, so let's see what else y'all have. Apparently, we share UFO, UAP info too. If you're that way, oh yeah, of course. So that's interesting. Yeah, we could definitely get into all that. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I want to say the mark of the beast out loud, but apparently, yeah, that's interesting. I find all that to be intriguing. I find the likelihood of aliens to be more than likely. So, this is another thing. Like when we had people, when I debate with people on here a lot, this is something we were talking about quite a bit. Because I would have some people come on, some religious folk and stuff that would just be like, "Oh, aliens aren't real." We had some debates around that and stuff, but I'm just like, and then also when there started to be some whistleblowers, let me know can you check the stream real quick for me and make sure that my audio is coming through? Because it's saying I have a shitty internet connection. Yeah, so when you start having whistleblowers around the UFO programs and things like that, we talked about those stories quite a bit. And I mean, it's just like, imagine this is actually kind of similar to the Epstein thing. So it's interesting we're talking about it because it's like, that's a similar level cover up. We're talking about people they had died to keep the secret. And if it ends up being true that, it was a lie the entire time that you were covering up, then it's like, people need to be held accountable for that. People were laughed out of their industries. They had their careers destroyed. They were literally killed being whistleblowers on issues involving UFOs and things of that nature. And for us just to have like it kind of slowly get leaked to the public and kind of accept that, and then but there be no reckoning for all those kind of crimes of the past, it's criminal. I mean, it is. So if China attacked New Zealand, damn it, brother. I don't know if we like that example so much. If China attacked New Zealand, the other 4 eyes would go to war with them. Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I also kind of wonder in the rankings of alliances, is this the most sacred of alliances? And kind of another interesting thing with this 5 eyes thing, I mean, Israel's not included in it. So it's like, are they really not included in it? Is that even possible not to include Israel? I don't know. Curious. Because I mean, if it happened after World War II, you're talking about like right around the establishment of Israel as a state. So I mean, is Israel a state of the fucking 5 eyes? Oh man, I don't know. I'm going down a rabbit hole now. Sandor, hit like and turn on all notifications. Yeah, 100%. Do that. Everybody, do that. Hit like, all notifications, show some love. We'll be getting into these conversations in the future as well, and digging deeper into it. I'm interested in all this kind of stuff and whatever kind of unique ways you guys can end up contributing. Tell me again on the sound, because it's telling me again that the internet's fucking up. So I don't know if it's starting to get bad outside or something, but it keeps on fluctuating. But definitely show some love. We'll continue to, sit here and bring content, grow at a rate where we're not selling out to Israel. We refuse to do that, or any other really like fucking shady entities. Where's gonna be us? Sandor says it's basically an intelligence gangbang. We're just fluids are being swapped. It's coming through fine. Perfect. Okay, thank you for that. It keeps on bouncing up and down though. That's the only thing concerns me. I'm about to play this video. And we'll see how it ends up playing, but that might even actually be better than me consistently talking. That might be the strain. So the way I see it is everybody can't be lying. There will be a lot of people full of it. but they can't all be lying. Yeah, I agree with you. Five Eyes tops NATO, I think. Yeah, that's kind of where I was wondering there. As far as like, it does seem like it's more exclusive. So does that kind of, that's more exclusive of the group, does that kind of signal, you know, maybe the priority level to those individual groups? I don't know if you could say that, actually, to be honest. I guess thinking about that, I wouldn't say you could say that. But specifically with just how we see Israel and how connected and how much control they honestly, or how much influence. Well, let's not even use control. Let's just say straight up influence. So if they're able to influence policy, which they obviously are to the degree they are, you don't see any of these other countries that we're listing, UK or Canada or New Zealand, them being able to flex that amount of influence over our domestic policies. Nor do really any of those countries, as far as I could tell, really show any interest to do so. So it's like, which I mean, I think is a good thing. That's more of a actual true alliance opposed to like the relationship with Israel, where we're like, okay, are they stealing fucking intelligence from us? And that's why I'm curious why they're not involved in that, and if that kind of signals to something, but it's kind of like incoherent with what we're actually seeing in today's politics, to say that you know, Israel doesn't clearly have at least the same. I mean, they literally get called a special ally. Are they in their just class of their own? I guess to Jay's point, as far as like the Five Eyes being over NATO, then I mean, it's possible Israel's over the Five Eyes. Then it's just like they're our final two alliance. You know what it is though. After they saw what the psychopaths did with nuclear technology, the greatest minds on earth realized that powerful technology can never be released anymore. Oh, so you're saying that's what the Five Eyes are? Is to prevent the spread of like weapons of mass destruction, I guess. That's interesting. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I think we do have NATO, for example, is like serving that same kind of purpose. New Zealand would be last on the list if ranked due to our stance on nuclear energy. Explain that if you haven't already explained that. What's specifically your stance there? I'm ignorant to that. Yeah, tops NATO, as America has big interest in keeping China out of the Pacific. Very interesting. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just considering it from like a geopolitical standpoint, why the importance of Australia and New Zealand in that way. Interesting. Okay. Israel is America in the Middle East. So that probably trumps NATO and Five Eyes. Yeah, that's actually probably a good point. And that's probably a good way to think about it. That's funny. And yeah, I wonder if that's how people feel about it in the Middle East. And I think it's probably accurate to say that. I could see that kind of framing as, it's tough because then you would have to, I guess, say that, which I mean, it clearly is in the best interest, not best interest, but it's obviously what the warmongering side of America, which when all of these kind of things are really we're seeing things that have been put into fucking play, let's be honest, for fucking 20, 30 years. So we're seeing this shit. It's always the fruits of like some shit that we're not even actually connecting in a lot of ways. So yeah, I mean, either way, let's go ahead and get into the fucking rest. It's just fucking wow. Any technology released to the public already has been superseded with superior technology in case it is required to stop it. Yeah, but we need an Iron Man. We need Tony Stark. It's the only thing. It's the only person that can get us out of the situation. Fucking Sandor says we are anti-nuclear. We have no nuclear. We even stopped U.S. nuclear submarines and ships from entering. Big ordeal. America and New Zealand relations were very strained after that. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. That's extremely interesting. How do you feel personally? I feel like at least as far as like nuclear energy, I feel like feelings on that have loosened up here in America, I believe. I think like where it was like a big, there's kind of like a lot of fear around it based off of ignorance, I think, and a lot of just propaganda that nuclear energy really wasn't even something that we were moving towards or taking into consideration as a form of energy going forward. But now I definitely think there's a group of Americans and that could see that as a possibility. So I'm just curious about your feelings on that. Let's get into this Piers Morgan right here.
There's a lot
oh shit, this is the
of
Epstein
facts. There's a
I'll
lot
let
of
you guys hear this.
information. People who take
I
the
gotta pull
time
up
and
the right
really investigate this thoroughly all come to the pretty much conclusion that maybe Trump was behind this.
Wow. Well,
Maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
you think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
And by the way, so now that we're watching this again, let me know if you guys think my understanding of that is correct. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that he is saying that Trump might have been involved in the shenanigans, and that
There's a lot of facts.
that Epstein was about to
There's
come
a lot
out
of information. People who take the time and really investigate this thoroughly all come to the pretty much conclusion that maybe Trump was behind this.
Wow. Well,
Maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
you think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
I wouldn't write that off.
I can see it like that too. Yeah.
Because if you look at all of the evidence we have and all of the facts, not opinions, and all of the facts, that wouldn't be something I would dismiss.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say, but there is zero evidence that Donald Trump had anything to do with your brother's death.
Well, somebody did.
That 60 seconds missing, it was me. I went in with my own bare hands. I choked him out, okay? I choked him out. I couldn't stand that little pervert. I couldn't stand that little creep. I'd heard enough. He had to be wiped out. He had to be taken out. Sick man. Couldn't exist on this planet anymore, okay? Couldn't exist. Had to be taken out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can see it. I think what he's trying to indicate there is that it could go either way, that Trump is involved in the actual. At first, I was thinking that Pierce misunderstood it. But now that I'm listening to it back, I'm like, maybe he's right on that. Maybe he was literally talking about he's behind his killing. But that wasn't the video that I meant to pull up anyways. We reacted to that earlier, in all honesty. Even though maybe in hindsight, we're already looking back on that reaction and saying, well, maybe we could have actually tweaked it. So here it is. Here's the revision towards the end of the podcast. Now let's get into this last video. He's on the list, but I don't know about his. Yeah, I agree with that. And I totally agree with that. I think that is to think that he's not implicated in a way. I mean, I guess you could say maybe he's not literally like on the list or implicated through evidence. I think that's unlikely. I think it's likely that he is, but you could see with just some of the talking points that have come out over the past couple of days where they're basically trying to completely bury the story, and Trump himself from his own fucking mouth, idiot, is like, why the fuck are you guys asking about that? So insane. But guilty as shit you could have ever said. With no finesse at all. So Epstein did nothing wrong. But Assange did. Yeah, that's actually a great point. Bring him back in. He just like fucking just whistleblowed on some shit. They had business dealings at the very least. No, I think just common sense it's fair to say. But I'm saying if we're like making the most charitable argument, even from the most charitable standpoint, you still would have to say that he's implicated in the cover up of it based off of some kind of like weird rationalization that society wouldn't be able to hold if we lost this handful of it may be a big handful, I don't know, but of pedo influencers and billionaires of some kind. Like, no, I think we would have to just weather that storm. The pedophile storm of 2025. Doing crime is not a crime. Exposing the crime is the crime. Yeah, exactly. Just shut the fuck up about it. Now that's unless you're a poor person, you're doing something that just you got to aim high. You got to aim high. You got to buy a fucking island and you got to ship children out there and invite billionaires to it. Also, people with disabilities and things like that. You know, you got to have a wide variety on your menu. If you come through with just a 1 or 2 fucking menu type of bullshit, they're gonna throw you in the clink for that. You're not doing enough. Yeah, his response the other day was basically the response to have, considering the worst. Yeah, I see your thing down here. The worst response to have, considering the subject matter. Of course, it's like if you're talking about a situation where there's hundreds, I've heard thousands of victims, but let's just say hundreds of victims. How could you ever, and like I said, this is not as if it's something that is completely dead, even though still there would be no closure to it. So even if we left it off right where we're at now and fast forward several years, there would still be no closure and people wouldn't be wrong for having questions about it. But they're trying to act like it's irrelevant right after coming forth with no findings, basically. So that's brand fucking new. Why wouldn't it be at the forefront of people's minds? So it just shows you how much they wanted to just release that. Hey, it's nothing. There's no findings. And they wanted just the news cycle to keep on churning and just bury it and move on with their life. They probably thought it would honestly be that easy. They're like, hey, while Netanyahu's in town, let's go ahead and let's drop it. Let's just go ahead and get it out the way. And then it ended up, that's just not how it was going to happen. Which I feel great about living in a society that just is not comfortable with just letting sleeping dogs lie. When those sleeping dogs are pedophiles. M says Epstein. Huh? What do you mean? Who's that? Yeah, he even called him a pervert. He said the pervert guy. It's like, bro, don't act like you barely know him. It's like, yeah, that guy that fucking I heard about that a couple times. What about him? Why are we talking about him? Seriously. He might have even said, yeah, why? Oh yeah, why are you talking about this thing we promised to deliver? But have, yeah, literally. Gave his fucking phone. No, I understand, brother. No, it's still coming through. But yeah, no, it's coming through that they completely fucking failed us in every way. I really failed Mac. I mean, I never believed in it, but so let's go ahead and run this video real quick though. So then I have my lady here to my left. She's ready to go crash out. So and I understand that. The way Trump enunciated his name too. Yeah, Trump just has a fucking way. But I will say that was maybe the only time that I've seen Trump get really questioned or hammered on something, and you could tell how shaken he was from it, and just uncomfortable talking about it. Like he literally just wanted it to go away. Usually he'll like, and he still did try to like admonish the fucking reporter for even asking the question and all that. But at the same time, you know, there was much more of the energy of like, let's move on. Let's go ahead and keep it moving. Yeah, same as Bill Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I did much worse. Yeah, he did much worse and then continued. He was rattled. No, 100%. Yeah. And I think to his credit, I'll say that's something that I often don't see with Trump. And I've seen him in some situations. Not that he always handles it appropriately, but usually he's not like visibly shaken and stirred from the and he will rattle on very verbose. Not this time though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll sit there and just like personally attack whatever person's asking the question or whoever they work for and all. You know, he'll grandstand on it. In this situation, he wasn't interested in grandstanding. He didn't even want Pam Bondi to answer anything. He's like, "Can we move on?" But either way,
it's actually a refuge.
This is about the Superman. And like we talked about earlier, Superman, the movie's coming out, or it might have already came out, but like I said, I'm expecting to go see this soon. I want to take my daughter actually to go see it if it's appropriate. I don't know. Now that I'm learning that they're talking about like treating people with respect and stuff, I'm not sure if that's what I want her to watch. But yeah, it's so just to give you kind of an idea, if you're not catching some of the chatter about the movie and some of the hate, it's getting a lot of love, so I don't want to overstate it. It's getting a lot of love, and some people have really enjoyed the movie, and I've seen some of the reviews come back of saying that the movie's fine, and I've also seen some people criticize it criticize the actual art directly, but some of the social commentary around it, which is what we're going to get in today, get into today with this Piers Morgan segment, is that it's a pro-immigrant message. Is that inappropriate? Do people just want to go to the movies and eat popcorn and not think about whatever's happening in the day? Is it appropriate with Superman? And just people's general feelings about that. And you've had some right-wing commentators opine on that. And then obviously, I guess you have the other side of that is, some left-wing commentators. I haven't even really seen, honestly, any left-wing commentators like talk about how brave it is or anything like that. I might be doing that the most out of anybody I've seen, to be completely honest, but we'll see. So Sandor here, before we get into this video, I've heard it doesn't have any culture war stuff and is really good. Right-wing unhappy about immigration slant. Exactly. So yeah, that's essentially what I was trying to get. That was very concise. And then M says, I don't know when they started providing children to presidents, but it didn't stand with a cigar, and it didn't start with Monica Lewinsky as a child. God damn it. Yeah. Boom. Reminds me of how that show The Boys apply to today's society. Trump is Homelander. Oh yeah, The Boys, I feel like they kind of went back and forth, but yeah, that I don't have as much of an issue with, to be honest. With The Boys, I think it seems like it's even more heavy-handed. It just seems like there may be a bit of a parallel between Superman's story and that of literally an immigrant. Sandor, the last season of The Boys really turned me off. It was so on the nose. Yeah, I see. I'm not like a huge fan, but I've seen all the seasons. They kind of all are blending together a little bit. So I don't remember if I cared for the last season or not. I mean, probably not, because I don't really remember anything specifically from it. And I can remember shit from, the first and second season several years ago. So didn't really give a shit about it. But here, let's get into this. Piers Morgan, Superman.
Superman's actually a refugee.
Isn't that an immigrant?
They're trying to equate those things together, which I think is ridiculous because of the current politicization of that situation.
James Gunn is not the kind of guy who's going to put an American flag in his front yard during 4th of July. And that's the kind of guy you need to be to create Superman.
I did not like this movie at all. Every man in this movie is weak and he cries.
Chris, there is one silver lining here, which I think you touched on.
Dresses, short skirts, high heels, cleavage. Thank you, James Gunn, for that.
Hollywood's has been trying to remove masculinity for, it seems like, the last decade. Once again, it needs to be white boy summer to bring people back to the box office.
The new Superman movie has been the subject of intense debate and anticipation, which began more than a year before its release. It could be a make or break moment for the waning dominance of superhero movies and for cinematic blockbusters writ large. Some fans were energized by the prospect of a MAGA Superman. When the first trailer was released, director James Gunn's remarks, the Superman is an immigrant, however, prompted Fox News to label it super woke. So is it going to be a classic or kryptonite? Joining me with their blistering whistle-stop verdict, Superman himself, actor Dean Cain, Gary Buchler, a.k.a. Nerdrotic from the Nerdrotic YouTube channel, Jeremy Griggs from Geeks and Games, and publisher at Film Threat, Chris Gore. Well, welcome to all of you. Right, Dean, let's start with you.
Before we get too into this, just because... So I'll read these comments real quick. Jay said, yeah, I feel you. It was really good. Just wish they wouldn't have went all white supremacists with conservative policies. Are we talking about The Boys, I'm assuming? Like I said, I don't really clearly remember. I remember the one girl. Yeah, the lady is like the face of what ends up being the white nationalist fucking group or whatever was happening. Yeah. Warner Brothers is usually pretty watchable films. The reviews are good, but our types of people knowing the programming has all the things. Yeah. We are. Yeah, no, I got you. After I thought about it, I was like, okay, yeah, I remember them doing that. One thing I will say, another show that did it and did it better, in my opinion, than at least that season than The Boys. I'm not trying to be a snob and shit on The Boys here. I would never shit on The Boys, brother. But The Watchmen. So The Watchmen TV show, I thought that shit was fucking awesome. Now they did get into some like racial kind of topics. And I know sometimes for me that can even get tiresome and kind of silly. Don't even get it twisted. But they did it really well. They did it well. And just they really fucking I enjoy the Watchmen. Obviously, if anybody here knows the Watchmen, you know, like usually the background I use will be the Dr. Manhattan on Mars background. So check that out if you like those kind of shows on HBO. They only did one season, but still the one season really wraps it up really good. There's a ton of awesome twists. If you know anything about the Watchmen comic or the movie, then I think you really enjoy it. There's a lot of tie-ins and just so I can share that before we get into this. And then so Sandor says the channel I view hates woke. They said it's the movie we needed. Do dissonance. The channel I view hates woke. So they hate woke, and then you're saying that they still liked it. Is that what you're saying? And I think that's fair. That's fair. And that's, I think once again, like when you're saying that there's no hope, that's a great sign of it. Like people that usually their commentary centered around, you know, like anti-woke. I know some of these guys, I don't know if it's Nerdrotic or whatever. I don't watch them consistently, but Pierce Morgan will have them on here when it's a topic about a movie and like a recasting of like a black person in some white person role or some shit like that, or something that was originally a white person. He'll have them come on to kind of like, you know, say fucking DEI or whatever. And sometimes, and once again, I try to take every issue on its own. And I've made this point before, arguing it's like in some cases I think it just doesn't really matter. The character's identity or whatever we may be talking about isn't relevant to the character's story. So then in that case, I think you can change it. But then in some cases, it just is literally relevant. It's like if you were to fucking go and make Steve Rogers Captain America, I actually liked the new Captain America, but if you were to make the Steve Rogers a black guy, it's like it would be completely, it'd be disrespectful to anybody who was black growing up in, you know, the 1940s in America. You would have to basically whitewash and, I mean, or I guess you're just going to have fucking Captain America dealing with racism, which doesn't make any sense. Why did they fucking shoot him up then? Also, just a heads up, boys, my tablet is dying. Also, I didn't read this, my bad. So in regards to the boys, it got preachy. I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's what Jay's saying too, kind of. Have that stuff in it, make the writing good. Exactly. As soon as it goes preachy, I'm out. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to be fucking preached to by some fucking degenerate writers. You know, God knows what they're fucking doing. Let me just listen to the fucking beacons of hope, the writers of the boys. Give me a fucking break. The philosophers of our time. But if you're talented like that, you can make it work. So I agree with that. Jay said, well, in his last video, this last video is about the 16th example of Hollywood being woke. The Watchmen is the only show I stopped watching because of what you're saying. You stopped watching. The dudes being portrayed are me white. I don't know that the end. Maybe I'm just kind of slow and I'm not getting it, but my bad if I'm not understanding the end there. I can't believe you gotta fucking finish it, brother. It is good. It's just good. And you know, sometimes white nationalists and racists can be the villains of the story. You feel me? Like sometimes that can happen. So it's like I get it when it's overdone, but you can't like. Sometimes they're gonna do a story and it's like, okay, well that was a good one, and like I get how you ended up like mapping that and making it relevant to whatever their goal was in the show. So I think that one was, if I'm remembering right, I don't want to spoil it, but it has something to do with Rorschach. I don't even remember it clear enough to be able to fully spoil it, but there's some kind of like connection with, if you know Watchmen, you know, it kind of ends that off with spoilers for Watchmen if you guys haven't fucking seen Watchmen. But Ozymandias, you know, unleashes these giant creatures on New York and shit, kills a bunch of people, but it ends up saving the world. It's like a utilitarian kind of question, like, you know, did the ends justify the means? You know, a lot of people die, so then a lot of people don't die. Fucking, but either way, you know, this is the shit. So either way, so there ends up being a situation where there's a character Rorschach in the story, and he's going to like refuse to be involved in this cover up because they're basically like, okay, we're too late to stop Ozymandias. There's gonna be these positive effects. The characters in the Watchmen decide to basically this actually, now we're fucking talking about, it's Epstein's fucking list, but it doesn't help anything. So it's a situation where they're like, okay, well, we're all gonna agree to cover this up because it would be just too much for society for us to uncover this conspiracy. So they kill the Rorschach character, fucking spoiler, and in the TV show of The Watchmen, you're basically picking up later on, and the information from that Rorschach had of the cover up, it's getting like released online and shit. I'm fucking completely taken away from this video as far as like what we reacted to. But yeah, bro, Jay, just fucking watch it for me, brother. I'm telling you, like I'm saying I'm this passionate about it. That show was fucking epic. It hurt me when they didn't bring back another season. But I will be fair, I am personally, I enjoy the source material, so it's like, maybe I'm just being an emotional bitch about it. I've grown to love the Watchmen movie. Didn't like it at release. Really liked last time I watched. Yeah, no, there's also they've done I don't know if you're into animated stuff, but they did almost a panel to panel remake. It's an animated version on HBO Max, and I don't know if that's the same where you're at, but really good, so I mean it's the same story though, so I mean if you don't really want to watch the same story again in a different way, I get it. It's like a bruise in your mind, and they keep hitting right on it with the preachy. Shut the fuck up, boys. We don't want to hear from your goddamn fucking bull. Sandor, yes, they liked Superman. And then we have Jay here, white, Southern, middle-aged, and I don't appreciate that shit. It's not the 60s anymore. Stop trying to say it is. There's a lot more acceptance that we are one culture down here than we are given cred. Well, I mean, I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that there's not. There obviously is. So in that story, you're talking about white. It's like a militia. I don't know if you got to that point, but either way, you probably could infer that. So I mean, that does exist. It's not saying that all people are. I'm just respectfully, brother, and I do mean this respectfully, honestly. And I think that you're not completely unfounded with your sensitivity here, but I think you're just being a little bit sensitive about it. And like I said, I'm not trying to say that in a way that's demeaning, because I can be sensitive. I'm sensitive about people not liking the Watchmen, so it's all good. But yeah, I think in that story specifically, they're talking about like the Tulsa massacre of Black Wall Street and stuff like that. So they're grounding it in some historical shit, and then just really like extrapolating it from there. But but I get it. I do think there's other instances where you would be more founded, but then it's like we can't say that we can never have, like white nationalist, racist villains, because I mean they do exist. I mean, I also live in the South. It's Florida, so I mean maybe I know some people don't consider Florida the South. That probably sounds like a weird thing for anybody that's not American or whatever. If you're familiar with the geography of the states, considering we are like the southernmost state, but just culturally, some people don't consider Florida to be really southern. But we definitely are, brother. Trust me. I live here. Trust me on that. And my point being, as a guy who, sometimes I can pass in those conversations with racists, those people obviously do exist. We know that. Come on. We know that they exist. It's just, I would agree. It's not the majority of people that live in the South by any means. The majority of people everywhere, I like to think, are decent people. That's why things are able to exist. Sandor here says, America elected a black president, something we never thought we would see anytime soon. We will always have racism, but America isn't as bad as portrayed. I agree. That's why I'm saying I think that Sandor is coming from a outside perspective, and I think that now as a very intelligent gentleman as well. So I mean, I don't know that his view, he may be able to like step out and see how America's portrayed. I don't know if that's how they're received necessarily, but he's obviously not receiving that way, and he's able to see like, bro, America gave us fucking Hulk Hogan. I run out of letters. It won't let me type anymore. Brother, I'd give you the unlimited fucking amount of characters in this chat. I mean, if it got kind of crazy, I might have to cut it short reading it, but I would try my best. If you're a normal man, the Hollywood version of you is either fragile and dependent on everyone else around you, or conversely, strong and evil. Okay. Interesting take. Fair enough. Okay. We're broadening it. So Jay is like, do not make another goddamn movie with a fucking racist fucking motherfucker from the South. We're nice. I mean, fair. And then M saying, either you can be a cool, chill dude in a movie, but you're going to be a fragile, little dependent bitch. You're probably going to get saved by a lady in the film. Or you're the bad guy and you're fucking cool and fucking strong and shit and get pussy. Maybe I'm thinking of another. No, you probably are thinking of the right show, to be clear. That is the plot. Yeah, you're thinking of the right show. No, 100%. No, you're thinking of the right show. I'm just saying, like I said, I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not trying to belittle the opinion. I think that's fair, and it might genuinely not be for you. And I could see if that's something that just really annoys you, that it wouldn't be good. But I'm just saying that's one of the times that they actually did it good, in my opinion. I agree it's overdone. And like sometimes it's just like an easy thing, like, oh, make the bad guy a Nazi, or make the bad guy an old racist guy. Like one that kind of bothered me with that, just we'll put our cards on the table, brother. I can relate a little bit. Lovecraft Country. Like, I mean, that was really heavy, but I did actually still like that one. So that one's probably not the best example. The Amazon one did that, where they had the fucking, I didn't even watch enough of it to have an opinion on it. I want to say the slaves were like, but they might not even been slaves, so it sounds crazy. It was called Them. So Them on fucking Amazon Prime. I watched like half an episode of that. I'm like, this shit is just too much race trauma for me. I can't, like, please just give me a fucking break. But The Watchmen did it in a really good way. You got to just understand, like, you know what I mean? Like, if anybody's going to handle that in like a good, like, philosophical, like we're talking about superheroes the way, The Watchmen's qualified for that. Maybe I'm thinking, oh yeah. So no, 100%. You're thinking of the correct show. And I get your complaints, to be honest. I just think they did it well, and I think you still can touch on those people. It's not necessarily a commentary on the South as a whole, but I definitely get, especially when you get into political spaces. I've heard some people say some fucking outrageous shit in political debates. That like fucking white people are all racist. White people can't help but be racist. White people are the only people that can be racist. So, the sensitivity around that, I understand where it comes from, but sometimes there's just somebody that maybe like is sensitive around the issues of race, but they also happen to be a heck of a good writer, and they make a great show, and then they get some good fucking source material that they can play with, some good intellectual property rights, and they just start putting fucking people that are cool as hell, like Ozymandias and shit, in crazy scenarios, and then you have to deal with the race shit as well. So I get it. No, I'm thinking of the right show. And then Sandor, you're in the Gulf of America, brother. Yes, that's exactly where I reside, actually. Not to dox myself too much, but yeah, right on the Gulf, actually. That's where I'm at. So if you ever see like, oh, the entire Gulf of America is wiped out, there's no sign of life, just know that you lost me. That you can go ahead. Don't unsubscribe though. It's make it a subscribe out of respect. Imagine seeing ultra conservative shows pushing narratives regularly. It feels like that sometimes. Yeah, in Florida is the South. Okay, all right, I appreciate that, and I agree with you, to be honest. Like, look, I'll put my cards on the table. The fucking Last of Us. I stopped watching that. I played the game. I'm a gamer. I had every reason to want to. I finished the game. Like, I had every reason to want to complete that show, but the fucking heavy-handed lesbian shit, even though I personally, and you don't have to agree with me, and you may agree, it's not necessarily relevant as far as this goes, but I'm just like as far as lesbians, do I think that lesbians should be able to get married, for example? Yes. Do I want to like have every single, now Last of Us is actually a bad example, to be honest, because the character from the source material is actually lesbian, but that's why I was willing to let it slide. That's why I was willing to let it slide initially. But then you have they have a whole goddamn episode with Bill where he's fucking some guy stumbles upon his fucking house in the middle of nowhere, and the next thing you know, they're taking a shower together, and it's a whole episode about how much they fell in love. And I'm just like, I don't know. Yeah. So I mean, that's just an example. I just want to give an example to. We're on the same page. I totally get the sensitivity there, and I think it's some of it is founded. I'm just saying sometimes they actually still did it pretty good. In The Last of Us, that's a good example of how they fucked it up. You have this stupid ass bitch saying, "I'm a dad now," or whatever the fuck she said. That was the last episode I watched. So if you watched the show, you know where that was. That was the beginning of season 2. I decided I'll give it a little bit of a shot on season 2. We got to the "I'm a dad now" episode, and I'm like, fuck this show. I can't. They're literally trying to get rid of men. But Jay says, I agree with M 100% on this. If you're normal. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I would have to really consider that, because obviously you have, like, I mean, Marvel, it sucks because we don't have many original movies and things like that created nowadays. So you have to really like point to, well, they didn't like totally make Captain America a bitch in the last film. Like Batman wasn't a bitch. So I mean, I'm not trying to go against what you're saying here, M, because I want to think about it more, and I think you might have a point here. But I mean, you still do have quite a bit of films where there's men who are the lead role, and I mean they're competent, and not total bitches. But I mean, there's a lot of times you have bitches in the roles, so I'm with you on that. Hollywood movies make men seem like cucks, which is why more and more men act accordingly. You got fucking more cucks doing what they saw on the fucking silver screen. It's okay. They're told that all the time. Don't cut the grass. Build shit. Be like the husband in Moneyball. I'm not familiar with that. I didn't watch Moneyball, sadly. But I know it won some Oscars, and it was a good movie supposedly. But yeah, I didn't catch it, but I could just imagine that he's a little bitch. But then again, in the 80s, you had Mr. Mom. You know what I mean? So I mean, it was still there. And then, like I'm saying right now, you could obviously point, several shows that come out with, the lead character being a man, and they're generally competent. Now, usually, I will say now you have more of like there's a female. I might as well just make this small because I don't even know if we're gonna get to talk about this now. But usually there's a female kind of counterpart, and then you have like in the new Star Wars trilogy where just out of nowhere Rey just makes everybody look like little bitches. So you have the whole Mary Sue kind of thing. So the Last of Us 2 game was overblown purely because of what happened to Joel. I love that game. I hate woke. I'm with you. I haven't played The Last of Us 2. That's why I was really interested in catching the show. I beat the first game, and then the second game I just never played. For whatever reason, I don't really know why. I mean, I wasn't like totally in love with the first game either. But I did enjoy it, and I recognize it as it is an achievement as a game, but just not totally my thing. Dixie and Citrus County, Florida are pretty damn banjo sound. Hey, I'm cool with female scissoring. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm with you on that as well. And sometimes I tune into their videos on websites. Actually, I know I don't, because it's illegal in fucking Florida now without giving your ID anyways. And I would never do that. But so yeah, 100% I'm with you, bro. In Florida, especially in North Florida, Gainesville, Jacksonville, there's some country ass motherfuckers around there, and there's nothing wrong with that. My family, a lot of them country bumpkins, and I love them. And yeah, like I said, I don't even think there's anything actually wrong with that. And I do think that the depiction, when you're talking about like depictions of those people like being racist or intolerant, can definitely be overblown. But also with the exposure to those people, I've met plenty who are like, I got some cousins that'll just they'll get into your ear about some theories about other races. So Jay, I watched all of The Last of Us. It was pretty good. Hey, look, maybe that's something I need to say. Maybe I need to be more tolerant. But yeah, the fucking it was cringe for me, honestly. And I don't want to fucking kill the lady. I'm gonna have to link it. Yeah, I let me see here. They wrote Bill perfectly in the game. Hard guy doing his thing. His sexuality wasn't his identity, and it was written well. how we find out. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if so. My understanding, like just from the first game, I don't think that he was, at least that sexuality was a part of his character at all. So that was one of my issues that I took with it. One, also knowing that some of the sensitivity around the woke shit, and even the sensitivities that I personally hold around it, but other people that I know to be even more turned off, like as far as like I don't want to see that shit at all. I knew that was coming with the whole Ellie thing, and I thought that was an opportunity with how serious Ellie's actually taken as a character, and like the pedestal that the Last of Us story is kind of put on as far as like gaming goes, considered one of the greatest stories ever told in the game, essentially. I thought that was an opportunity. Like if you wanted to tell a story, a gay story, a story about lesbian love or whatever, it was the perfect opportunity with The Last of Us. You didn't have to change the source material. Literally, there was no argument, except people could have said like, Jesus Christ, you have a gargoyle trying to fucking hunch whatever. So it's like, you could have casted Ellie different. Well, got to sit here and, crush this young actress any more than she already has been. But let's just be honest about that. The internet is correct. And yeah. They wrote Bill. Yeah, so I mean, basically that's it with Bill. As far as like, I feel like they just didn't need to do that with this character. It kind of undermined that you were going to turn around and have another gay love story episode where Ellie and the girl go to the mall and all this shit. Like, I feel like that would have been way more of a powerful moment, honestly, if you wouldn't have already had another whole episode linked to these other characters falling in love. And but I mean, I think it made a lot of straight men shed a tear, for those two guys crossing their lightsabers. I'm gonna have to link it. No, I'm with you, brother. I'm not sure exactly what you're linking, but I'm with you. This is the type of dude I feared my ex would marry next. Moneyball is weird. You're talking about the Moneyball guy. Moneyball is a weird one. I hate baseball. I love that movie. If it's available, I'll watch. Yeah, I guess I gotta watch fucking Moneyball. Yeah, the show was cringe as fuck. And Sandor says it's literally, oh look, gay mag. Guess Bill is gay. Oh, that's it. Who is Hollywood trying to reach? The 1% of the 1% of the 1% out there by insulting the rest of us, as if we don't know all of their kindergarten level lessons and morality already. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't hit. And it is kind of like the Bill thing was definitely, obviously, because it was so unnecessary, because it had nothing to do with the character you were delivering on screen. So there was no reason to add that, aside from the fact you just really wanted to, you just wanted to tell a gay love story. But it's like, you already were doing that. You already were fucking doing the whole show is like, she's fucking butch as fuck. Ellie is fucking crazy butch. Because he can't change a shower head. Yeah, well, that's why he had to let the other guy in the house. He's like, this fucking shower head is collecting gunk. Can you help me with this? Next thing he knows, he's cleaning the pipes, if you feel what I'm saying. Sandor, I guess in regards to the show, they were just filling in Bill's background. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I don't know. And like I said, to be fair to them, when I like complain about it, it's not really anything to super complain about. Who gives a fuck? But I do feel like I said, for all the people that immediately are just turned off to woke shit, I wouldn't say that's me, but I get it. It does kind of like, it makes my hair stand up a little bit, where I'm like, okay, I'm on the edge. Now you really got to bring me in to really convince me that this has any kind of artistic value. And what I'm saying is, like Watchmen, for example, if you would consider that woke, I would say it does still have value. So check it out, Jay. Do me that fucking service, brother. Unless you don't have HBO Max, I wouldn't say go buy the fucking streaming service for it, although it was great. But yeah, I think like Bill's, just fill it in some other way. Does it have to be goddamn he fucking fell in love with this guy while he was waiting on fucking Joel to come back? I don't know. That's fine. I get it. Whatever. It's like I said, it's not even really anything big to complain about. Okay. And then as they touch on him and his partner in the game, I guess I just don't even really remember the whole partner thing in the game. Maybe I could be brought around on that, because if there's more kind of hinting at a partner and like that being more of a thing in the game than what I remember, then shit, I guess maybe I have to I would have to be open to that. I came home from work one day and my wife had installed a removable shower head. Couldn't do that in a million years. No, sometimes it's nice when the ladies step up, honestly. You don't listen, some things about the era of equality and all that, it can be a good thing. We can have some things to enjoy. Sometimes you come home from work after busting your ass all day and you got a new shower head. M says, be kind to other people. Yes, we agree, Hollywood. Now be kind to that group of people. Now those people, now these pedals. Yeah, they slip. Yeah, slippery slope. Classic slippery slope. Not a fallacy. LMAO, you're making me feel bad now, Sandor. No, hey, well, the thing is, Jay, there's nothing wrong with your old lady being able to look. If she can hop on that, we have a thing called riding lawnmowers now. If she can hop that fat ass on a fucking riding lawnmower and drive around the lawn and get it cut, so we can spend a little bit more quality time with the family. Isn't that what it's about, boys? Isn't that what it's about? I've been working all goddamn day. No. Hey, and you know what? Sometimes you can hop in there. Maybe you could do a few dishes or so. Maybe not. Maybe we won't do that. I hate to fucking put this shit off another time, but now I'm getting pulled away from this stream. Now I'm gonna be in a committed relationship with you boys. It's gonna be like Bill, and Bill. I'm talking about all of us. Just 3 bills in a pod, the 5 bills. Yeah, they find his partner's body. Okay. He self-deleted. It messes up Bill. Then Ellie finds the gay mag in the car, and it's Bill's partner. Oh, okay. See, I didn't even know that. So that's my bad. Okay, so Bill was a homo the entire time, and we love that for him. Okay, well, see, I missed that. In any conversation I ever had with people about this, they'd never pointed that out. So yeah, I just forgot that from the game, to be honest. I'm so tolerant, bro. I didn't even think about it. I was just like, bro, partners are partners. Who cares? It's good. They showed me a gay mag in the fucking game, and I was just like, oh, okay, normal magazine. Oh, yeah, completely normal magazine. But okay, that's fucking great insight, and you solved. So I mean, I guess I have no problem with that anymore. They got to be open to changing your opinion. This is a great way for us to wrap this thing up, man. Because literally, you got to be open to changing your opinion when new information is put in front of you. Just like Ben Shapiro said, new information. Take it uncritically. Who the fuck knows? Like maybe Epstein never existed. Maybe there was never a list. Maybe people don't write things down. Maybe there was never a fucking island, for God's sakes. I mean, if there's a God, which I think we all can agree there obviously is, I mean, it would have wiped that fucking island off the goddamn map. I mean, holy shit, that's a satanic island, boys. Last I saw, it was for sale. And I mean, I don't know. We might want to think about maybe the 5 of us. We go ahead. We all get it together, and we go in on an island, boys. Anything goes on that island. What stays on that island, or no, what happens on that island stays on that island, and what stays on that island, goddamn, stays on that island. If it leaves in a fucking bag into the ocean. Let's see. What if we're the bad guys? And island folks are good. Yeah, what if we got it fucked up? And they just went over there. They had a great time. They probably invited less fortunate people. I'm sure they did. And maybe those people were just having a great time on the island. And we're just over here fucking it up. Made Epstein kill himself. Damn it. Remember when Ben Shapiro made Elon go to Auschwitz? Yeah, I actually do remember that. It's just a fucking whole Elon and Trump. That's another episode to get into. We could talk about that for fucking hours alone. What a humiliation ritual. Exactly. Yeah. Elon, come to Auschwitz or else shut the fuck up. Don't have an opinion on it. Elon's ass. He's determined. He's like, I'm gonna have a racist website. I'll go. If it means I can have a racist fucking Twitter, I'll go to fucking don't know if you guys saw the fucking Grok shit. I'll have to bring that for the next stream, because that was just something else. Seeing the mecha, we're towards the end now, so I guess I don't know how much we have to worry about it, but the fucking mecha Hitler, holy moly. And then Jay says, well, it would prove that the world really is a battle against good and evil. We aren't supposed to find peace in heaven until we endure this messed up world. We are enduring, brother. I'm with you on that. Kiss the wall and bend the knee, Elon. Yes, I saw Grok. Yeah, Grok's a wild boy. Oh, panel soon. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, bro, you can always hop in here. If you wanted to hop in here, I would have gave you the link. We were just chopping it up. I have no issues with anybody hopping in, and definitely any of you guys have contributed to the podcast, and I have faith that you guys have something to not only offer, but just are good guys. So you're always able to come up here. I'll drop it if you want. Although I will say you guys are all doing me a great service, and I think we might have got put into the fucking hole of irrelevance for this stream. You know, we consistently stayed around where we're at now, and popped up a little bit here and there, but it was a slower stream. So I think that you guys jumping in the comments probably helped me, you know, so I appreciate you guys doing that. That doesn't go unnoticed, and it definitely helped me from just the conversational standpoint, just keeping me entertained for 4 hours. This was fucking awesome. And I will probably try to do one this weekend, just so you guys know, because I'm trying to get on the same page with everybody. I appreciate Sandor, Jay, and anybody else that has been keeping an eye out with how inconsistent I've been and where I've been posting kind of all over the place. So I appreciate you guys just being locked in and tuned in. But I want to make that easier for you guys, so I want to be more consistent. So like I said, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I want to definitely stream 2 out of those 3 days, if not all 3 days, if possible. And they'll always be later like this, but just because that's more predictable for my life, and I know that I'm going to be available late at night. Sometimes if I'm not getting off work I was trying to do 6 p.m. before, and I was honestly able to facilitate it quite a bit, but it just got to where it's really difficult to stay consistent with that, with work and all that. So expect me between 9 and 10. That's my goal. I almost never fucking hit it, but once I get really back into the flow of this and all that, I'm sure get it more streamlined, find a kind of schedule to where I'm grabbing shit. Like I was uploading videos all the way up until I went live, but panel soon. Yeah. And also have more people on. If there's anybody in your life that you know that fucking wants to come and kick it, bro, as long as they have just a little tiny bit of sense, you know what I mean? Just the fucking tiniest bit of sense. We can hop up here and we can chop it up and we'll have a good time, and I'll be nice to them and all that. So no reason to ever hesitate. Always hop in here. I respect the insight. And I mean, the Superman shit, I think we're gonna have to talk about at some point, but kiss the wall and bend the knee is just fucking. Oh, actually, for anybody that didn't see, I'm gonna play us out with that song I played earlier, because some of you boys, Jay, I don't know if you were in here when I was playing the song or not, so I want you to see the Donald Trump fucking Jew song. Yes, I saw Grok. I thought Grok made some really good points. Well, the thing is, hey, fucking, you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater, you know? That's what I'm saying. You can find the unlikeliest of, oh, by the way, this is a fucking complete side thing, but I just thought about it. It just made me happy. Not that I'm excited to get off here with you boys, because I sit here all fucking night and talk this shit, and I put it on TV right here. But I don't know if you guys are into It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but the new season dropped. I love that show. The fucking new season dropped. Before I head to bed, I got to go in here and watch with my old lady. She's going to have to just understand. AI plus free speech is amazing. Yeah, which is crazy, because it's that's where you really have to be concerned about AI, because a lot of times people are like, oh, what if AI comes to some conclusion and is we can't keep humans on the planet because they destroy the planet or whatever the fuck. It's always this super rational thinking that we think the apocalypse involving AI is going to have, Terminator shit, whatever. But it's what if somebody, just a fucking maniac like Elon, just literally creates a Hitler fucking AI? And it's it doesn't have anything to do with fucking reason or logic. You have AI talking about fucking eugenics and shit, and it's okay, well, I guess you're gonna have a actual normal AI come through to correct that with just like the reason apocalypse. Like at least if we go out based off of like, wow, okay, well we had to go because we were destroying the planet and there's some kind of like cold rational reasoning why we had to be extinct. Please don't make it fucking you implanted the mind of a fucking goddamn genocider and a fucking AI. Holy shit. That's a joke, by the way, brother. Hey, it's let the jokes fly. No, you made me laugh. I love it. My comment about the rose probably didn't help you. Oh, brother. Hey, it's all good. We're vibing. The thing is, first thing that comes first to my mind, I just want to have the best, most honest, entertaining conversation here, and something that would probably has and will hold me back as far as like reaching the most audience is I'm not as obsessed with like, well, how do I perfectly, maximize every video or whatever. I really enjoy this. And like I said, like I was talking about Sandor earlier, for me, I find it's good for my mental health. I'll get off here at fucking 3:30. It's not a great thing considering I do need to go to bed, but feeling energized, even though we've been sitting here chopping it up for 4 hours. It's just good to be social and so on and so forth. So it's a good thing. And I might fucking I got 2% on my tablet. I mean, my laptop here. So I'm going to try to hit these comments. But if it ends up cutting me out, much love to you, gentlemen. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure you guys like it just to help out with the algorithm. And I appreciate all you guys, especially M, Sandor, Jay. You guys rocked through. And Paul, by the way, I also appreciate you. But you guys definitely rocked throughout the night and just made it an awesome, easy conversation to have. They shut it down before. You could ask Grok what the Soviets did in the East. Yeah, definitely. The GG of 100% Sandor every time. And I'm going to get that first thing I'm doing when I hop off here before I even go fuck with It's Always Sunny or anything. I'm going to go turn that PlayStation on and I'm going to lock in with you. Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Okay. So actually, here. Guys, hey, I love you boys. You guys are the shit. I'm going to play this so my laptop doesn't die. See, there's so many things I want to get into with you boys, but so I can play this for Sandor and his wife before my laptop dies. Here it goes. The world premiere.
Oh,
hey, that's my face.
Oy vey. Hey. Oh God. Oh God. Oy vey. Oy vey. All lies down in everything you say. DTJ, what the heck you were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J's for Jewish. Starting wars that are threatening our troops. Fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu. Guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J's for Jewish. Oy vey. Donnie the imposter, blame it on the quarterback and threw away the roster. Making all the miling trips, you must think you a roster. Started out with MAGA, now it's turning into Mazda. Dancing for them dollars, stripping out for Gaza. All them empty promises, think he worse than the Schwarzer. Whoops, I'm in Obama. Yeah, Barack was strange, but the Donald and his owners want a different type of change. Dreidel, they gon' mold him like he clay. While they spinning it back at our face. Let us pray. Oh God, oh God, oy vey. All lies down in everything you say. DTJ, what the heck you were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J's for Jewish. Starting wars that are threatening our troops. Fell in love with his Netanyahu. Guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J's for Jewish. All of these mistakes he made, I had to make a list. Yeah. Never mind, I realized that the list does not exist. Okay, cool. Everyone chill. Back in position. Jews in the kitchen is only tradition. The money that's missing is part of the mission. We in a transition, so work on your Yiddish. We'll keep all the immigrants just like the British. Got the commissioner gassing me up. I just make sure to put back the pump when I'm finished. Put out the tapes and they missing a minute. I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. I promise I'm different. I'm just an apprentice. Despite all my riches, I guess I'm just any other politician. Dreidel. They gon' mold him like he played. While they spinning it back at our face. Let us pray.